Among Israel's 12 tribes, Benjamin emerges as quite possibly the most mysterious. Starting as the beloved son, born during Jacob's later years, this tribe eventually committed acts so terrible that their 11 brother tribes vowed complete annihilation. We're going to explore Benjamin's entire story, from the moment of birth through near total destruction, and discover the reasons God permitted one of these 12 tribes to approach the edge of being wiped from existence. But first, if this kind of content resonates with you, please remember to press that like button and hit subscribe. Your support makes a real difference. We'd also appreciate knowing your location and the current time where you are. Hearing from you means a lot to us. Now then, shall we get started? Geba's hills rested in eerie silence beneath the brutal sun. In places where young ones had laughed and merchants had traded, nothing remained but dust swirling through the air. 600 men crouched together on Rimmon's remote cliff, their faces vacant with loss. This handful survived from what had been Benjamin's once mighty tribe, a lineage almost deleted from the pages of time. What brought them to this point? What made family members turn on family members with such rage that complete tribal elimination became the goal? This account doesn't start with rage, though. It starts with affection, a father's deep affection for the child of his old age. Following this catastrophe, Israel mourned. Victory in battle had been achieved, but something essential had been lost. Land where Benjamite cultivators had worked, their fields now became overrun with weeds and thorns. Empty settlements stood, with doors hanging loose on abandoned dwellings. Smoke's acrid scent persisted across multiple seasons, an ongoing memorial to vengeance's fire that had burned beyond control. These last sons of Benjamin, the survivors, would reconstruct everything from devastation. Their future generations would eventually provide Israel with its inaugural monarch. Yet they would carry permanent scars from this brush with annihilation, this heaven-sent punishment delivered not by outsiders but by blood relatives. This goes beyond being simply an ancient war story. It addresses the fragile connections holding families and nations intact and reveals how rapidly those ties can shred when fairness and compassion lose their equilibrium. As we travel backward through time, we'll see a family's origins rooted in both love and sorrow. We'll trace their path through enslavement and liberation, through military campaigns and establishing homes. We'll observe how one horrific crime sets off a chain reaction of bloodshed that nearly erases them completely. Wind moved through Benjamite city's vacant doorframes. Dust collected on millstones no one touched anymore. In the surrounding tribal lands, beyond this ruined territory, Israel's families gazed toward the remnant, sheltering on their rocky refuge, and questioned, what comes next? Is rebuilding a tribe from 600 men even possible? Should such a thing be attempted? The response would determine a nation's trajectory. It would challenge the boundaries of mercy and demonstrate the genuine power of sacred commitments. It would prove that sometimes mere survival becomes rebellion against destiny. This tells the story of Benjamin, the son given to the right hand, who transformed into the tribe of the left hand. This recounts Israel's most conflicted family, whose bleakest moment almost marked their conclusion. This chronicles a curse, a transgression, and eventually an unexpected restoration whose echoes would resound across generations. The youngest son, Benjamin's origins. Beneath Canaan's cloudless sky, Rachel struggled in labor on the path to Ifrah. Jacob held her hand tightly as her breathing became increasingly shallow. The second son they had long awaited was arriving. Something, however, had gone terribly wrong. Using what remained of her strength, she gave him the name Ben-Oni, which means son of my sorrow. Then she passed away, leaving Jacob holding their infant with shaking hands. Jacob couldn't bring himself to use this name filled with grief. He chose Benjamin instead, meaning son of the right hand, son of favor. This newborn would never experience his mother's embrace, yet her absence would follow him like a permanent shadow throughout life. Benjamin matured while studying his father's expressions for traces of that ancient sorrow. He observed how Jacob's gaze would sometimes grow distant when looking at him, perhaps seeing Rachel's ghost reflected in his features. The boy carried a dual weight, being both a living reminder of treasured love and devastating loss. His older brothers regarded Benjamin with mixed emotions. To them, he symbolized Jacob's clear favoritism toward Rachel's children. They had previously sold Joseph, Rachel's firstborn, into bondage because of jealousy. Benjamin was different, though. Too young to spark their fury, too pure to inspire hatred. Instead, he became almost holy to the family, their father's final source of comfort. Under date palms and among olive groves, Benjamin learned shepherding. Unlike Joseph with his visions and elaborate garment, Benjamin remained quiet and stayed near his father's dwelling. He absorbed the family's history, his grandfather Isaac's near execution, his grandmother Rebekah's intelligence, his father's divine wrestling encounter. These narratives shaped his conception of a God who both tests and blesses in equal portions. Years went by, and Benjamin developed into a contemplative young man with reliable hands and observant eyes. He didn't possess Joseph's magnetism or Judah's inherent authority, but he had something distinctly precious, the capacity to maintain harmony among his contentious brothers. When arguments erupted over grazing territories or water rights, Benjamin frequently intervened, his peaceful demeanor dissolving conflicts. Then rumors of famine arrived. Harvests failed in the ground, and the family's herds weakened. Jacob's once prosperous household now confronted starvation. The brothers discussed Egypt, where supplies remained plentiful. All would travel there except Benjamin. Jacob couldn't risk losing Rachel's remaining son. The pattern created during those formative years would repeat throughout Benjamin's descendants. They frequently became caught between competing powers, functioning as mediators and connections. This intermediary position brought both advantages and disadvantages, making them vital to Israel's cohesion, while simultaneously exposing them to threats from every direction. Benjamin treasured his mother's memory like something sacred. At her burial monument on the road to Ephrath, he would occasionally sit in solitude, attempting to construct an image of her from his brother's descriptions. Did he inherit her eyes, her expression? Nobody could definitively say. Time had clouded their recollections. As Benjamin grew older, whispers reached the family about a powerful Egyptian administrator resembling Joseph. Jacob rejected these rumors as desperate hope, but Benjamin held them close. During nighttime hours, he sometimes imagined a reunion he could scarcely picture, encountering the brother who existed for him only through family stories. What shaped Benjamin most profoundly was his father's sheltering affection. While his brothers wandered extensively, Benjamin remained within Jacob's protective circle of anxious attention. This protection influenced him, rendering him both more tender and more fragile than his brothers. He cultivated sharp, observational abilities but lacked their battle-hardened toughness. This characteristic would also echo through his tribe's future, making them both perceptive and more vulnerable to outside pressure. During peaceful evenings, when the family assembled around the flames, Benjamin's spot was invariably at his father's right side, embodying his name's significance. The older brothers tolerated this arrangement with quiet acceptance. The boy had lost his mother at birth. Let him have this connection to their father. Benjamin grew up listening to accounts of Joseph's alleged death, never realizing the complex deception his brothers had created. He learned caution with livestock but not with people. He trusted readily, another tribal quality that would eventually lead to both tremendous faithfulness and catastrophic errors in judgment. The groundwork was being established for everything that would come later. In this youngest of Jacob's sons, born through tragedy and nurtured in protective affection, we observe the beginnings of a tribe whose narrative would include both extraordinary victory and devastating collapse. The bond between brothers. Joseph and Benjamin. The brothers shared something beyond bloodline. They shared emptiness. Joseph stolen from the family through treachery, and Benjamin never experiencing his mother except through narratives. These parallel losses carved out a space between them that nobody else could genuinely comprehend. When the brothers mentioned Joseph to young Benjamin, their eyes would shift elsewhere, voices becoming strangely constricted. They portrayed a visionary, a cherished son with a multicolored garment who met a terrible fate. Benjamin absorbed these accounts, constructing an image of his absent brother that combined truth, invention, and unspoken remorse. Years passed, and Benjamin began resembling Joseph in subtle manners. A movement here, a look there. Jacob would sometimes notice these glimpses and fall quiet, lost in remembrance. The old man's heart stayed divided between mourning for one son and intensely protective love for the other. Unlike his older brothers, who labored in fields and herded flocks far from home, Benjamin remained close to his father's tent. He studied the family histories more thoroughly than any brother before. Jacob shared tales of his own youth, his struggle with Esau, his love for Rachel, his wrestling with the divine. Through these accounts, Benjamin developed a unique comprehension of their family's agreement with God. What Benjamin couldn't realize was how Joseph thought of him throughout those extended years in Egypt. In quiet intervals between interpreting visions and overseeing Pharaoh's grain operations, Joseph would ponder his little brother. Had he grown tall? Did he possess Rachel's laughter? These questions maintained the connection across enormous distances and years of separation. The brothers represented a sacred pairing in Jacob's consciousness. Rachel's boys, the offspring of his greatest love. Though divided by catastrophe, they remained linked in the old man's heart. When blessing his sons, he would place his hand on Benjamin's head, but speak words that seemed intended for both absent Joseph and present Benjamin. The Benjamite characteristic of loyalty originated during these developmental years. Observing his father sustain devotion to Joseph's memory despite overwhelming evidence of his demise, Benjamin learned that affection transcends separation. This intense fidelity would later characterize his tribe, sometimes leading them to support allies, even when prudence suggested otherwise. When hunger eventually compelled the family to purchase food in Egypt, Jacob's terror at potentially losing Benjamin exposed how profoundly Joseph's disappearance had wounded him. The old man clung to his youngest son, unable to contemplate losing both of Rachel's children. What Jacob couldn't perceive was that this sheltering affection had left Benjamin ill-prepared for the broader world. The youngest brother had cultivated keen observation abilities, but lacked his brother's hardened experience. When he finally traveled to Egypt, everything would appear new to his perception. The expansive cities, the unfamiliar customs, the subtle political undercurrents. Benjamin carried with him an invisible inheritance, his mother's beauty and his lost brother's charisma. When he finally stood before the Egyptian administrator controlling their destiny, he couldn't realize he was gazing into eyes matching his own. Joseph, concealed by time and foreign attire, felt his carefully built walls beginning to collapse at seeing his mother's features in his brother's face. The silver cup hidden in Benjamin's bag would test connections formed across decades. Would the brothers who had once deserted Joseph now sacrifice Benjamin to preserve themselves, or had time and growth changed their hearts? This moment would expose whether the family had genuinely healed or simply concealed old wounds with silence. When Joseph finally disclosed himself, Benjamin was the first he held. The tears they released together washed away years of separation. Two brothers who had never known each other as mature men discovered they remained connected by invisible threads of blood and memory. This powerful reunion influenced Benjamin's understanding of divine providence. What appeared like broken promises and meaningless suffering had actually been threads in a greater tapestry of preservation and reconciliation. His tribe would maintain this viewpoint through their bleakest moments, believing that even apparent destruction might be part of a redemptive design. In Egypt, The brothers established a new relationship built not on childhood memories, but on mature appreciation. Joseph found in Benjamin a sincerity missing in his other brothers. Benjamin discovered in Joseph a wisdom refined by suffering. Together, they became the pulsing heart of Jacob's family in this foreign territory. The famine in Canaan, the test in Egypt. Canaan's skies turned a persistent blue with no clouds visible for months, ground fractured beneath the unforgiving sun as harvests withered and animals weakened. In Jacob's household, meal sizes decreased daily. The old man observed with mounting alarm as storage chambers emptied and optimism faded. Information traveled on parched winds. Egypt possessed grain in abundance. The same Egyptian planning that had constructed storehouses during prosperous years now attracted desperate families from neighboring regions. Jacob addressed his sons with hesitation in his tone. "Travel to Egypt and purchase food so we may survive and not perish." All would travel except Benjamin. Jacob's heart couldn't endure the thought of losing Rachel's final son. The brothers left with silver and vacant sacks, leaving Benjamin to console their aging father. They couldn't realize they were walking toward a divine appointment 2 decades in preparation. In Egypt's magnificent palace, a disguised Joseph identified his brothers immediately. They bowed before him exactly as his youthful visions had predicted. With a stranger's cold tone, he charged them with being spies. Behind this severe exterior, Joseph designed a test to discover whether time had transformed their characters. Back in Canaan, Jacob listened with terror as his sons relayed the Egyptian ruler's requirement. Benjamin must accompany them on their next journey. "The man emphatically warned us," they explained. "You will not see my face unless your brother comes with you." The old man's rejection was swift and absolute. But hunger becomes a compelling argument. As food supplies diminished again, even Jacob acknowledged the unavoidable. With trembling hands, he finally released Benjamin to his brother's protection, sending select gifts for the Egyptian ruler and twice the required silver. His farewell words revealed a heart braced for the worst. "If I lose my children, I lose them." On the journey to Egypt, Benjamin noticed his brother's peculiar attentiveness. They positioned themselves defensively around him, demonstrated special consideration during meals, and checked regularly that he was managing the travel adequately. This wasn't simply concern for a younger brother. It was the watchfulness of men resolved not to fail a sacred responsibility. Upon arrival, Joseph's steward surprised them with an invitation to dine at the ruler's residence. Fear seized the brothers. Surely this unusual courtesy concealed some trap. Benjamin observed their anxiety with curiosity. What had transpired during their earlier visit to provoke such alarm? The feast that followed confused them all. The Egyptian ruler positioned them in perfect birth sequence, an impossible coincidence. He sent Benjamin portions 5 times larger than his brothers received. Throughout the meal, Benjamin sensed the ruler's eyes on him, examining his face with an intensity that seemed almost intimate. Morning delivered the final test. With sacks filled with grain and silver secretly restored, the brothers departed for Canaan. Their relief was evident until the steward overtook them, charging them with stealing the ruler's silver cup. A search uncovered the cup in Benjamin's sack, planted there by Joseph's arrangement. The decisive moment had come. Would the brothers desert Benjamin to slavery in Egypt as they had once deserted Joseph, or would they stand beside their youngest brother, regardless of consequence? Judah stepped forward with transformed character, offering himself as a slave in Benjamin's position. His passionate appeal revealed how deeply Jacob's potential anguish haunted them all. Joseph could no longer sustain his disguise. Ordering all attendants from the chamber, he disclosed himself to his stunned brothers. "I am Joseph," he announced, his voice fracturing. "Is my father still living?" Benjamin stood motionless, unable to comprehend that this powerful Egyptian was the brother he had known only through accounts. The embrace that followed connected decades of separation. Joseph clung to Benjamin, both men crying without restraint. The brothers who shared Rachel's blood were finally reunited, their tears cleansing years of loss and yearning. For Benjamin, it resembled finding a missing piece of himself, a link to the mother he had never experienced. Joseph explained how God had converted betrayal into deliverance, sending him ahead to preserve the family during this famine. Benjamin listened in wonder, as divine intention revealed itself in what had appeared merely human cruelty. This perspective would influence his tribe's comprehension of providence for generations ahead. With Pharaoh's approval, Joseph sent his brothers home with wagons, provisions, and an invitation: bring Jacob and all their households to Egypt, where they would be sustained during the remaining famine years. Benjamin returned to Canaan carrying valuable gifts and an even more valuable truth. His lost brother lived, and God's hand had been directing their family all along. Jacob's expression upon hearing their report transformed from grief-etched resignation to shocked disbelief to radiating happiness. "Joseph, my son, is still alive," he kept saying. "I will go and see him before I die." For Benjamin, witnessing his father's resurrection from despair was perhaps the greatest miracle of all. A new beginning. Benjamin in Egypt. The caravan extended across the wilderness like a flowing stream. Jacob's complete household, sons and daughters, grandchildren and servants, herds and possessions, moved toward a fresh life in Egypt. Benjamin traveled near his father's wagon, observing the old man's expression alternate between anxious anticipation and calm trust. Goshen received them with productive fields and plentiful water. Here, in this Egyptian province, Jacob's family would establish temporary roots that would endure for centuries. Benjamin assisted in establishing their settlement, amazed at how rapidly his brothers adjusted to this foreign territory while preserving their distinct identity as Hebrews. Joseph's status secured them royal goodwill. The family that had nearly perished from hunger now existed in unprecedented prosperity. Benjamin's children played in Egyptian gardens while learning the narratives of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They grew accustomed to this foreign land, perhaps excessively accustomed for a family destined to inherit Canaan. Benjamin's household multiplied rapidly in this land of abundance. His 10 sons, Bala, Basha, Ashbel, Gara, Naaman, Ahi, Rosh, Mupim, Hupim, and Ard, established families that would constitute the core of the tribe's future identity. Each contributed different talents and temperaments to the expanding clan. Bala demonstrated leadership characteristics, while Jera displayed remarkable insight into people's motivations. Basha revealed aptitude with numbers and documentation, maintaining careful records of the family's growing wealth. When Jacob assembled his sons for his final blessing, Benjamin received a perplexing prophecy. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, and in the evening he divides the spoil. These words contradicted sharply with Benjamin's gentle disposition. The youngest son couldn't realize that his descendants would transform these words into a fearsome reputation for combat excellence. After Jacob's elaborate burial in Canaan, tension rippled through the brothers. Would Joseph now pursue revenge for their past betrayal? Benjamin watched in admiration as Joseph reassured them with profound wisdom. "You intended evil against me, but God intended it for good." This perspective, finding divine purpose in human darkness, would become characteristic of Benjamin's tribe through generations of difficulty. As decades passed and Joseph's generation perished, Egypt's attitude toward the Hebrews gradually shifted. New pharaohs arose who did not remember Joseph, and the honored guests slowly transformed into suspicious foreigners and eventually slaves. Benjamin did not survive to witness the worst of this transition, but he observed its beginning with growing concern. Before his death, Benjamin assembled his sons and grandsons. He shared again the narratives of Abraham's calling, Isaac's near execution, Jacob's vision at Bethel, and Joseph's redemptive journey. "We are temporary residents here," he reminded them. Egypt is not our homeland. Never forget that God promised Canaan to our ancestors. The tribe of Benjamin preserved certain distinctive qualities through these Egyptian years. They developed reputation for ambidexterity, training both hands equally, which would later make them exceptional fighters. They maintained the purity of their Hebrew language with unusual commitment, and they cultivated close connections with the tribe of Judah, a relationship that would prove vital in distant centuries. Benjamin's sons honored their father with an Egyptian-style funeral that nonetheless incorporated Hebrew traditions. They prepared his body according to Egyptian custom, but sang the ancient melodies of Canaan. This blending reflected their reality, a Hebrew family existing in a foreign culture while holding fast to their unique identity and divine promises. The generations that followed would confront increasing difficulty as Egyptian oppression intensified. Yet something of Benjamin's quiet resilience persisted in his descendants. They endured, they adjusted, but they never forgot who they were or the land promised to their ancestors. When Moses eventually arose as deliverer, Benjamin's tribe stood prepared. They had preserved their tribal records with remarkable precision through centuries of bondage. They knew exactly who they were, descendants of the son of the right hand, who had been born in sorrow but raised in love. This clear sense of identity would sustain them through desert wanderings and military campaigns alike. The Benjamites carried with them their forefathers' legacy, a unique perspective shaped by being the youngest, by losing his mother at birth, by being protected yet observant, by witnessing the dramatic reconciliation between Joseph and his brothers. These experiences created a tribe with distinctive characteristics, loyal yet fierce, peaceful until provoked, thoughtful but capable of devastating action. As they departed Egypt in the Exodus, Benjamin's tribe numbered 35,400 fighting men. They had transformed from a single family into a significant force. The wolf of Jacob's prophecy had discovered its strength, and in the wilderness journey ahead would discover its purpose. The blessing and the prophecy, Jacob's final words. The atmosphere in Jacob's tent hung heavy with significance. His 12 sons assembled close, summoned to receive their father's final words. Benjamin, the youngest, knelt nearest to the old man's bedside, observing the labored rise and fall of his chest. Outside, the Egyptian sun descended toward the horizon, casting extended shadows. Jacob's voice gained strength as he began speaking, defying his failing body. To each son, he offered not merely a blessing, but a prophecy, a glimpse into the character and destiny of the tribes that would carry their names. The brothers listened with grave attention as their futures unfolded through their father's inspired words. When Jacob's gaze finally turned to Benjamin, his eyes softened with the special affection he had always demonstrated toward Rachel's youngest son. Yet the words that followed carried unexpected weight. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, and in the evening he divides the spoil. The gentlest of brothers, described as a predator. Benjamin's eyes widened slightly, but he accepted the pronouncement with characteristic quietness. Unlike some of his brothers who received lengthy prophetic passages, Benjamin's future was captured in this single vivid image, a wolf that both hunts successfully and shares its bounty. This prophetic picture contained layers of meaning that would unfold across centuries. The wolf imagery suggested military excellence, a surprising destiny for the protected youngest son. Morning and evening spoke of comprehensive success throughout the day of history. The sharing of spoils hinted at generosity alongside strength. The prophecy's dual nature mirrored Benjamin's own complex heritage. Born as son of sorrow, but renamed son of the right hand, his identity contained both shadow and light. His tribe would reflect this complexity, capable of both remarkable loyalty and shocking violence, of both wisdom and reckless passion. Jacob's strength ebbed after delivering these final prophecies. He drew Benjamin close for a personal blessing beyond what the others could hear, perhaps sharing memories of Rachel or wisdom specifically for the son who had never known his mother. Whatever these private words contained, they seemed to bring peace to both father and son. As night fell over Egypt, Jacob breathed his last. Benjamin joined his brothers in grief, yet his sorrow carried a different quality. For him, losing Jacob meant losing his most direct connection to his mother. The stories, the memories, the sense of who Rachel had been, all these had lived primarily through Jacob's loving recollections. The embalming process took 40 days following Egyptian custom. During this time, Benjamin often found himself standing apart, contemplating his father's final words: wolf, predator, hunter. These descriptions felt foreign to his nature, yet something in them resonated with a deeper truth he couldn't fully articulate. The journey to Canaan for Jacob's burial allowed Benjamin to see his ancestral homeland for the first time as an adult. As they laid their father to rest in the cave of Machpelah alongside Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Rebekah, and Leah, Benjamin felt the weight of his heritage. This land, not Egypt, was their true home, promised by covenant to their descendants. Returning to Egypt, Benjamin noticed subtle changes in his sons. They stood straighter, watched more carefully, moved with greater purpose. Had Jacob's prophecy awakened something in them, or had the journey to Canaan kindled an awareness of their true identity? Either way, the wolf was stirring. In the years that followed, Benjamin noted how his tribe developed distinctive traits that fulfilled aspects of Jacob's prophecy. They cultivated ambidexterity, training both hands equally for warfare. They developed unusual skill with the sling, able to target with remarkable precision. Their strategic thinking in conflicts revealed the wolf's cunning. Yet they also maintained the gentler qualities Benjamin had embodied. They valued loyalty above almost all virtues. They showed special kindness to strangers and vulnerable community members. The evening division of spoils from Jacob's prophecy manifested in their reputation for generosity. As Egypt's attitude toward the Hebrews deteriorated, Benjamin's descendants drew strength from their prophetic identity. When oppression intensified and hope dimmed, they reminded each other of Jacob's words: "The wolf endures, the wolf survives, the wolf knows when to fight and when to wait." Benjamin did not live to see Moses arise or the Exodus begin, but he planted seeds that would flower during those momentous events. He taught his children to maintain their distinct identity while living in a foreign culture. He instilled in them both the courage to face adversaries and the wisdom to choose their battles carefully. Most importantly, he helped them understand the paradox at the heart of their tribal character. The same intensity that made them fearsome in battle could make them compassionate in peace. The same loyalty that bound them to allies could blind them to those allies' flaws. The same independence that gave them strength could isolate them from needed counsel. The wolf of Jacob's prophecy would indeed manifest through generations of Benjamites, sometimes in glory, sometimes in tragedy. From Ehud, the left-handed judge, to Saul, the troubled king, from valiant warriors to misguided defenders of wrong, the tribe would embody both the best and worst implications of their patriarch's final words. The Exodus and the wilderness years. Generations passed in Egyptian bondage. The family of Jacob, once honored guests, became feared outsiders and finally enslaved laborers. Through these dark centuries, Benjamin's descendants preserved their tribal identity with remarkable tenacity, passing down stories of their origins and divine promises through whispered bedtime tales and songs sung while making bricks. When Moses appeared with his demand to Pharaoh, "Let my people go," the tribe of Benjamin stood ready. They had grown numerous despite oppression, counting 35,400 fighting men in their ranks. The gentle youngest son's descendants had indeed become a formidable force, just as Jacob's wolf prophecy suggested. During the terrifying, magnificent night of the first Passover, Benjamite families huddled together in Goshen. They brushed lamb's blood on their doorposts and listened to death pass over their homes while claiming Egypt's firstborn. By morning, they joined the great exodus, leaving the only home most had ever known to follow an elderly shepherd toward an uncertain future. The wilderness journey tested every tribe. Food and water shortages, enemy attacks, and internal conflicts revealed both strengths and weaknesses in each family line. The Benjamites showed remarkable adaptability. Their Egyptian-born generations adjusted to desert life with determined flexibility. Moses organized Israel's camp in specific order around the tabernacle. Benjamin's tribe received placement on the west side, alongside Ephraim and Manasseh, the sons of Joseph. This arrangement honored the special bond between Joseph and Benjamin, placing Rachel's descendants together as a family unit within the larger nation. When the 12 spies explored Canaan, Benjamin's representatives stood with the minority who trusted God's promise despite the land's challenges. This loyalty to divine covenant rather than human assessment revealed the tribe's spiritual character. They had learned from their patriarch to look beyond surface appearances to deeper purposes. The wilderness generation's gradual passing brought Benjamin's tribe to a crucial transition point. Those born in Egyptian slavery had died. Those born in desert freedom prepared to enter the promised land. They carried forward Benjamin's legacy not through personal memory, but through tribal identity, carefully preserved through centuries of waiting. Under Joshua's leadership, the Benjamites revealed their warrior spirit. Swift, strategic, and surprisingly fierce for their relatively small numbers, they embodied the wolf imagery from Jacob's prophecy. Their fighters developed specialties. Many became expert slingers, able to target with deadly accuracy. Others mastered the use of both hands in combat, making them unpredictable opponents. The wilderness years had transformed Benjamin's descendants in significant ways. Egyptian oppression had hardened their resolve. Desert wandering had honed their resourcefulness. Divine provision had deepened their faith. The gentle youngest son's tribe had become known for both fierce loyalty and formidable fighting ability, protectors who could also become predators when threatened. Throughout this formative period, the tribe maintained certain distinctive practices. They preserved their sacred songs with special care, developing rich musical traditions that would later enrich Jerusalem's temple worship. They maintained close ties with Judah's tribe, establishing patterns of alliance that would prove significant in coming centuries. As Israel prepared to cross the Jordan River, Benjamin's tribe held a unique perspective. They had never forgotten their true homeland. Despite being born in foreign territories, unlike some tribes who occasionally longed for Egypt's predictability or feared Canaan's challenges, the Benjamites remained steadfastly focused on claiming their inheritance. The long-awaited moment finally arrived. With the Jordan's waters miraculously parted, Benjamin's tribe crossed into the promised land. Their feet touched the soil their forefather had never seen as an adult. The promise made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was beginning its fulfillment through their presence. What awaited them was not immediate peace, but prolonged conflict. The conquest of Canaan would demand every bit of the wolf-like qualities Jacob had prophesied over Benjamin. The tribe would need to hunt in the morning, fighting with strategic precision. They would need to divide, spoil in the evening, sharing resources wisely as they established their territory. The wilderness had prepared them for this moment. Generations of hardship had distilled in them a resilience that would prove crucial in the challenges ahead. Benjamin's descendants carried forward not just his name but his essential character, observant, loyal, capable of both gentleness and fierceness as circumstances required. As the tribal territories were allocated, Benjamin would receive a small but strategically vital region. Their position would place them at the crossroads of Israel's future history, a buffer zone between larger tribes, a connecting point between north and south. This geographical reality would shape their destiny in ways none could yet foresee. Benjamin's tribe entered Canaan with Jacob's prophecy still echoing across generations: wolf, hunter, divider of spoil. The wilderness years had begun transforming promise into reality. The conquest would continue this process, revealing how thoroughly the youngest son's descendants had absorbed both their patriarch's gentle wisdom and their prophetic identity as warriors. The conquest of Canaan, Benjamin's territory. The walls of Jericho lay in ruins, Israel's first major victory in the Promised Land. As the dust settled, Joshua began the complex process of dividing Canaan among the 12 tribes. When lots were cast for Benjamin's territory, the outcome seemed modest compared to larger tribes. Yet this small allocation would prove strategically significant beyond its size. Benjamin received a compact region situated between Judah to the south and Ephraim to the north. Though limited in area, this territory occupied the geographical heart of the Promised Land. Its hills formed a natural fortress, while its valleys provided rich agricultural possibilities. Most importantly, it straddled the main north-south route through the Central Highlands, positioning Benjamin as Israel's crossroads. Within these borders lay sites of profound spiritual significance. Bethel, where Jacob had dreamed of a ladder reaching to heaven, marked Benjamin's northern boundary. Jebus, later Jerusalem, sat at its southwestern edge, shared with Judah, a seemingly unimportant Canaanite stronghold that would one day become the nation's capital. Gibeah, Ramah, and Mizpah dotted its central region, each destined for important roles in Israel's unfolding story. The Benjamites approached their inheritance with characteristic thoroughness. They surveyed boundary markers, established settlements, and developed defensive positions with methodical care. Their relatively small numbers meant they had to be strategic about how they utilized their limited manpower. This compact territory created both advantages and challenges. Benjamin's warriors could rapidly respond to threats throughout their region, maintaining tight control over their borders. Yet their position between larger tribes meant they were constantly navigating complex relationships with more powerful neighbors. They became diplomats by necessity, developing skills in mediation and alliance building. Perhaps most consequential was Benjamin's role as a buffer zone between the northern and southern tribes. This geographical reality would shape Israel's history for centuries to come. When tribal tensions flared, Benjamin often found itself caught in the middle, forced to choose sides or attempt to broker peace from its central position. The tribe's military capabilities developed in response to these circumstances. Bounded by larger neighbors and potential enemies, Benjamin's fighters specialized in defensive tactics suited to their hilly terrain. They became expert in ambush techniques, using their intimate knowledge of the landscape to maximum advantage. Their warriors continued developing ambidextrous combat skills, allowing them greater versatility in battle. Jebusites remained in Jerusalem, a thorn in Benjamin's southwestern border that neither they nor neighboring Judah could initially remove. This persistent Canaanite pocket symbolized the incomplete nature of Israel's conquest, divine promises partially but not fully realized. The city would remain in foreign hands until David's time, centuries later. Benjamin's territory included natural resources that shaped their tribal economy. Their hills contained clay deposits ideal for pottery, leading to distinctive Benjamite ceramic traditions. Valleys, suitable for grain cultivation, ensured relative food security. Strategic trade routes crossing their land created opportunities for commerce and cultural exchange, though also exposure to outside religious influences. As the conquest phase gave way to settlement, Benjamin's position as Israel's geographical center heightened its importance in national life. Tribal assemblies often convened at Mizpah within their territory. Religious ceremonies took place at Bethel on their northern border. Their centrality made them witnesses to, and often participants in, events affecting the entire nation. The tribes surrounding Benjamin each influenced their development in different ways. From Judah, they absorbed strong traditions of Mosaic law-keeping. From Ephraim, They gained political awareness and administrative skills. From eastern neighbors across the Jordan, they learned techniques for defending against desert raiders. This cultural cross-pollination created a tribe, both grounded in tradition and adaptable to changing circumstances. Benjamin's warriors earned respect among the tribes, despite their relatively small numbers. What they lacked in quantity, they compensated for in quality, developing elite fighting units known for discipline and tactical innovation. Their signature weapon became the sling, used with devastating accuracy. Stories spread of Benjamite slingers who could target a hair's breadth without missing. These military capabilities would prove crucial during the unsettled period that followed Joshua's death. As Central Highlands dwellers, Benjamites faced different challenges than coastal or valley tribes. They developed fighting techniques suited specifically to their mountainous homeland. Quick strikes followed by tactical retreats into familiar terrain. The conquest generation gave way to their children, who knew neither Egyptian bondage nor wilderness wandering. This new generation of Benjamites inherited territory rather than conquering it themselves. Their perspective shifted subtly but significantly from grateful recipients of divine promise to comfortable inhabitants taking their homeland for granted. Seeds of future conflict were planted during this settlement period. Benjamin's strategic location meant they witnessed the ebb and flow of Israel's spiritual fidelity. When neighboring tribes drifted toward Canaanite practices, these influences inevitably seeped across Benjamin's borders. Their position as Israel's crossroads brought both blessing and temptation. What no one could foresee was how Benjamin's modest territory would later place them at the epicenter of national events. Their hills would witness both Israel's greatest triumphs and darkest tragedies. Their towns would host prophets and kings. Their valleys would echo with both worship songs and war cries. For now, they completed their settlement with characteristic thoroughness, establishing 26 towns and villages throughout their territory. Each settlement reflected Benjamin's practical nature, positioned near water sources, protected by natural features, connected to travel routes. They built not for grandeur, but for security and sustainability. As the conquest period ended, Benjamin had successfully claimed their inheritance. They had transformed from a family line into a territorial entity. Jacob's prophecy continued unfolding through their development. The wolf had found its den in Canaan's central hills. What remained to be seen was whether they would maintain their balance between strength and wisdom in the challenging periods that lay ahead. The Judges. Benjamin's rise and fall. The era of Judges dawned on Israel like a fitful fever dream. Without central leadership, the tribal confederacy lurched between faith and apostasy, victory and defeat, divine deliverance and chaotic violence. For Benjamin, positioned at Israel's geographical crossroads, these national cycles played out with particular intensity in their territory. Early in this troubled period, Benjamin produced one of Israel's most unconventional deliverers, Ehud, a left-handed warrior who turned perceived weakness into strategic advantage. When Moabite oppression had crushed Israel's spirit for 18 years, this Benjamite assassin engineered a daring liberation. Ehud's left-handedness reflected a wider Benjamite trait. The tribe cultivated ambidexterity, training warriors to fight effectively with either hand. This practice gave them tactical unpredictability in battle and became something of a tribal signature. Enemies, facing Benjamite fighters, could never be certain which side an attack might come from. Under Ehud's leadership, Benjamin briefly rose to national prominence. Their territory enjoyed peace for 80 years, a remarkable stretch of stability in the chaotic Judges period. Their reputation for both clever strategy and fierce fighting grew throughout Israel. For a time, it seemed Benjamin had found perfect balance between the wolf's cunning and the youngest son's wisdom. But as generations passed, spiritual decay crept through Israel like a slow poison. Without consistent leadership or religious education, the people drifted toward Canaanite practices and values. Benjamin's central position exposed them to these corrupting influences from multiple directions. Their towns became stopping points for travelers carrying foreign ideas and customs. The tribe that had once exemplified loyalty to covenant now demonstrated how quickly strength could become brutality when disconnected from divine guidance. Their fierce protection of tribal honor, once channeled toward defending Israel, gradually twisted into something darker, a readiness to use violence to preserve their reputation at any cost. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It came through subtle compromises, through the gradual normalization of behaviors that earlier generations would have rejected outright. The shift was most evident in Gibeah, a Benjamite town whose name ironically meant hill, suggesting elevation and visibility when it had actually sunk into moral darkness. During this entire era, Benjamin held on to its unique character. Their fighting men kept up their training in particular combat methods. Their clay work continued to show distinctive features. Their way of speaking held on to special words and turns of phrase. Yet, underneath these cultural threads of continuity, something fundamental was shifting in the tribe's essential nature. The absence of firm, centralized leadership throughout the Judges era meant that systems of tribal justice functioned with minimal supervision or consistency. Benjamin cultivated especially closed-off practices, managing their affairs internally while growing more and more resistant to outside perspectives. This self-imposed isolation would become disastrous when they faced a wrongdoing too awful to handle through ordinary means. As Israel's sense of right and wrong spun out of control, the biblical author summarized the character of that time with a chilling refrain. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. For Benjamin, this self-centered philosophy would drive them to protect what couldn't be defended, choosing loyalty to their tribe over what was just in a decision that would almost obliterate them. Not every member of Benjamin accepted the moral deterioration. Scattered faithful households kept covenant practices alive, maintaining Torah instruction and handing down accounts of God's rescue. These quiet voices of opposition observed with increasing worry as their tribal leaders moved away from ancient principles. Their concerns, though, became more and more sidelined as authority gathered around those prepared to use violence to hold their power. The conditions for disaster were being established. Benjamin, the cherished youngest child, the sheltered one, the tribe of both tenderness and might, had permitted its warrior nature to eclipse its discernment. The wolf that Jacob had foretold had forgotten the part about sharing the plunder at evening, recalling only the morning's devouring of prey. People traveling through began steering clear of Benjamite settlements whenever they could, quietly sharing warnings about the territory's developing notoriety for disorder. The surrounding tribes observed with growing alarm as Benjamin's internal order fell apart. But in the scattered landscape of Judges period Israel, no structure existed for stepping in before catastrophe struck. The tribal leaders who ought to have offered moral direction had themselves become tainted. When younger men participated in progressively hostile conduct, these elders provided excuses instead of correction. They rewrote their tribal narrative to highlight Benjamin's warrior heritage while minimizing its legacy of justice and faithfulness to the covenant. Even while these worrying patterns unfolded, Benjamin kept its strategic value within Israel's tribal framework. Their land still created the vital connection between northern and southern regions. Their fighting men still guarded mountain passes and travel routes essential to the nation's security. Their geographic location guaranteed they stayed indispensable to Israel's survival, even as their moral position crumbled. What came next would rock Israel to its very core. A single night of brutality in Gibeah would set off a chain of atrocities that would leave Benjamin nearly wiped out, their settlements in ashes, and their survivors taking refuge in isolated wilderness. The protected youngest child would become the focus of nationwide retribution. The wolf would discover itself being hunted almost to complete extinction. The Levite's concubine, the inciting incident. Darkness descended over Gibeah, a town belonging to Benjamin situated among the central hill country. An older man moved quickly through streets growing dim, casting nervous looks at shadows gathering around him. He had noticed travelers exposed in the town's central square, a Levite with his concubine and their attendant. Nobody had extended shelter to them, violating age-old customs of hospitality. The elderly man, who was himself not originally from Gibeah, understood the peril and insisted they come to his dwelling instead. The evening meal had scarcely started when fists hammered against the door. Outside gathered men from the town, insisting the Levite be surrendered to them for sexual violation. Their slurred speech and aggressive menace showed just how far Gibeah had descended from Israel's covenant principles. This situation mirrored horrifically the evil of Sodom from the time of Abraham, but this was occurring not among Canaanites, but inside a settlement of Jacob's own offspring. What transpired next resists gentle description. The Levite forced his concubine outside to preserve himself. Darkness swallowed her cries as the crowd violated her until daybreak. When first light came, the Levite discovered her lying at the entrance, hands stretched toward a rescue that never arrived. His words, "Get up, let's go," received only silence. Her ordeal had concluded in death. Paralyzed by fury and disgrace, the Levite positioned her remains on his donkey and journeyed home. There, sorrow changed into deliberate rage. He seized a blade and cut her body into 12 sections, dispatching one portion to each tribal region with a declaration, "This is what happens in Benjamin's Gibeah." Israel responded with shock and revulsion. The pieces came like horrifying messengers, producing disbelief, disgust, and fury. Hardly anyone in recent memory could remember an offense so savage or a summons so visceral. Ancient regulations required action regarding such violence, or else the territory itself would be defiled. From Dan to Beersheba, tribal delegates made ready for an urgent gathering. This appalling event brought into focus tendencies that had been forming over many years. Gibeah's violence hadn't appeared from nothing. It sprouted from ground, long readied by moral compromise. The settlement embodied Benjamin's darkest possibilities when the wolf prophecy took form without ethical limits. What should have been protective power had twisted into predatory cruelty. The Levite's method of communication worked effectively, though it was manipulative. When questioned at the national gathering, he offered a simplified version that stressed Gibeah's wrongdoing while downplaying his own weakness. His account provoked precisely what he wanted, collective fury directed at Benjamin. The assembly's disgust at genuine wickedness was steered by partial truth toward group retribution. Messengers hurried to Benjamin's settlements, insisting the guilty parties be handed over for judgment. This represented Israel's tribal agreement operating as designed, an internal process for dealing with grave offenses that endangered shared principles. Benjamin confronted a clear-cut decision. Support justice by turning over the wrongdoers, or protect evil through tribal unity. Devastatingly, Benjamin selected the second option. Their leaders convened, weighed the requirement, and delivered their answer. No, the tribe would refuse to surrender its people no matter what they had done. This fateful choice turned what could have been focused criminal prosecution into a fight for tribal existence. Benjamin opted to identify itself through the worst deeds of its members instead of its nobler values. This wasn't simply practical defense of citizens. It represented a disastrous moral collapse. Benjamin's leadership had absorbed the mentality of the Judges era. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. They elevated tribal independence over covenant obligation, personal allegiance over divine righteousness. In doing this, they compelled Israel toward more extreme actions. The tribal meeting at Mizpah transformed from legal proceeding to military planning. Delegates took binding vows, committing themselves to coordinated response against Benjamin. The confederation that seldom reached agreement discovered shared resolve in justified outrage. 400,000 fighting men gathered from 11 tribes, preparing to advance against their fellow tribe. One last diplomatic effort delivered an ultimatum to Benjamin: hand over the perpetrators or suffer the results. Benjamin's reply arrived not through words, but through military preparation. They summoned their warriors and made ready to hold Gibeah against all of Israel united. 26,000 Benjamite fighters, including 700 specially trained left-handed slingers, assumed defensive arrangements. The scene was prepared for calamity, a horrific crime, an indefensible response, a just cause that would sour into disproportionate revenge. All these factors came together in Benjamin's highlands. Israel had encountered numerous adversaries during the Judges period, but never previously had they directed their weapons against their own relatives on such magnitude. As battle readiness increased, certain elders undoubtedly recalled Jacob's prophecy from his deathbed. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. The wolf now found itself trapped, greatly outnumbered, yet unwilling to surrender. What unfolded would almost erase a complete tribe from Israel's future, a self-inflicted injury that would create scars lasting through the generations. The opening battle. Benjamin strikes back. First light appeared over Israel's encampment as warriors readied themselves for what many believed would be quick justice. With crushing numerical superiority, 400,000 against Benjamin's 26,000, the allied tribes expected rapid triumph. Their self-assurance revealed itself in their movement toward Gibeah, straightforward and traditional, missing the wariness typically shown for uncertain battles. Benjamin's warriors held position in controlled stillness. They had arranged themselves tactically around Gibeah, making use of their close familiarity with the landscape. Within their formations stood 700 specially trained fighters, left-handed experts proficient with the sling, capable of aiming with lethal precision. These weren't common soldiers, but meticulously prepared combatants who could launch a stone at a hair's width and not miss. Israel moved forward in typical arrangement, their enormous numbers generating dust visible from great distances. They had sought God's guidance about which tribe should spearhead the assault and been told that Judah should advance first. Yet something essential was absent from their readiness: genuine remorse and spiritual preparation for the seriousness of combat against their brothers. The fighting exploded with startling ferocity. Benjamin's troops, instead of remaining behind protective barriers, initiated a unified offensive. They surged from concealed ravines and brush-covered slopes, hitting Israel's forward lines from several angles at once. Their slingers unleashed lethal barrages. Each stone discovered its mark with horrifying accuracy. Disorder rippled through Israel's formations as their structured advance dissolved into pandemonium. Benjamin's warriors exploited their edge, moving with the quick savagery of their wolf symbol. When day concluded, 22,000 Israelite fighters were fallen, a crushing toll that rippled shock through the Allied encampment. The anticipated simple victory had turned into a shameful defeat. Israel pulled back in confusion, wrestling to make sense of what had occurred. How could Benjamin, outnumbered greater than 15-1, cause such destruction? The allied tribes assembled at Bethel, where the Ark of the Covenant was, at that time, kept. They mourned before God until dusk, struggling with this surprising reversal. This time, their question carried a changed character. Shall we again draw near to battle against our brothers, the sons of Benjamin? The inquiry showed fresh doubt. Victory no longer appeared certain, despite their numerical edge. God's response arrived plainly. Go up against them. Dawn brought fresh resolve. Israel's troops reorganized, modified their approach, and readied for another attack. They had undervalued Benjamin once. They wouldn't repeat that error. Still, their strategy reflected more military thinking than spiritual understanding about the true character of this struggle. For Benjamin, the opening day's success brought hazardous results. Victory strengthened their tragic decision to shield wrongdoing. It nourished an increasing belief that they might genuinely win against impossible chances, that their combat ability might free them from moral responsibility. This false belief would draw them further into catastrophe. As the Allied tribes returned to fighting positions, Benjamin's commanders examined the battlefield with perilous self-assurance. Their approach had functioned flawlessly. Why alter it? They prepared to employ the same methods, expecting Israel's greater numbers to again become a liability in the tight approaches to Gibeah. What neither party entirely understood was how this struggle differed from their typical fights against outside foes. This was brother against brother, an internal war with spiritual aspects beyond tactical factors. The injuries being caused wouldn't mend through standard agreements or political arrangements. Something deeper was being ripped apart with each casualty. The consequences of this opening engagement spread beyond the immediate combat zone. Across Israel, settlements got word of sons, brothers, and fathers who had fallen. Sorrow expanded through the tribal lowlands. Some started wondering whether the campaign's price exceeded the original offense's gravity. Others grew more determined in their purpose, viewing the heavy losses as requiring even fuller payback. In Benjamin's settlements, early jubilation shifted to more layered feelings. Households welcomed back warriors while bracing for the unavoidable next assault. Some privately challenged their tribe's choice to shield the guilty men of Gibeah at such expense. Others pledged more fully to tribal protection, perceiving no way ahead except ongoing resistance. Neither party could yet understand the complete tragedy developing around them. This wasn't just a military struggle, but a tear in Israel's covenant character. The nation, established on divine commitment and law, had turned its arms inward. Benjamin held position behind deteriorating moral defenses, while Israel chased justice with hearts growing more vengeful. Darkness settled over both camps. Injured men moaned as medical workers labored by firelight. Leaders mapped out the following day's actions. Elders spoke prayers, both heartfelt and misguided. And somewhere the memory of a violated concubine whose body had been used first by brutal men and then, as a rallying cry for war, slipped further from attention, buried beneath the greater bloodshed her death had triggered. The second battle, blood in the valley. Morning haze clung to the lowlands around Gibeah as Israel's troops formed up for their next try. The previous day's astonishing loss had changed their mentality. Vanished was the easy self-assurance, substituted by somber resolve, blended with hesitation. They had modified their strategy, creating more advanced tactics against Benjamin's aggressive protectors. Prior to moving forward, Israel's warriors participated in ceremonial preparation. They wept in God's presence, fasted until dusk, and presented burnt sacrifices and peace sacrifices. These spiritual exercises showed increasing awareness that this struggle went beyond regular combat. When they asked God for direction, the answer arrived as previously. "Go up, for tomorrow I will give them into your hand." Benjamin watched these preparations from their protective positions, interpreting them differently. They read Israel's day of prayer not as spiritual restoration, but as proof of weakening determination. The previous day's victory had cultivated dangerous overconfidence among Benjamin's combatants, a conviction that their military skill could surpass any disadvantage. The clash started with Israel seeming to use the same straightforward method as the day before. Benjamin's troops rushed out to engage them, expecting another rout. Early exchanges appeared to validate their assumptions, as Israel's leading lines seemed to fracture and fall back. Benjamin chased eagerly, combatants pouring away from their protected positions surrounding Gibeah. What Benjamin didn't grasp was that Israel had absorbed lessons from their initial loss. This visible withdrawal was in fact a deliberately orchestrated deception, luring Benjamin's warriors from their fortifications. As the chase lengthened, Benjamin's troops became progressively extended and disorganized, their tactical edge diminishing with every stride. Even with Israel's enhanced tactics, Benjamin's fighters caused substantial losses during this stage. Roughly 30 Israelites dropped in the initial combat. These casualties reinforced Benjamin's certainty that they were prevailing again, drawing them more completely into the snare being constructed. Their early advantage became the instrument of their downfall. The combat extended across several zones as Benjamin's smaller army increasingly scattered. When Israel's withdrawal abruptly converted into synchronized counterstrikes, Benjamin discovered themselves overreached and exposed. The balance shifted with remarkable rapidity as Israel's larger numbers at last began demonstrating their conclusive advantage. When day finished, 18,000 Benjamite fighters were dead, exceptional warriors who embodied the tribe's military essence. The survivors pulled back in disorder, some running back toward Gibeah, others dispersing into the nearby countryside. This crushing defeat eliminated nearly two-thirds of Benjamin's combat capacity in one day. For Benjamin's command, this turnaround triggered the first genuine doubt of their initial choice. Had protecting Gibeah's offenders been worth this toll? Some advocated surrender, contending that further resistance meant tribal annihilation. Others maintained retreat was out of the question. Israel's battle intensity indicated they now pursued Benjamin's complete eradication instead of simply justice for one offense. In Israel's camp, victory produced conflicted reactions. Relief at reversing their previous loss mixed with grave recognition of the casualties on all sides. Some combatants experienced harsh satisfaction in avenging their lost companions from the initial battle. Others felt mounting distress at the magnitude of violence against their own people. The initial crime in Gibeah, terrible though it was, appeared increasingly remote compared to the rising death count. Darkness descended over a changed battleground. Benjamin's surviving warriors gathered around Gibeah, bracing for what many understood might be their ultimate stand. Their earlier confidence had disappeared, replaced by frantic resolve. Some carried out ancient tribal ceremonies handed down through ancestors, feeling they might be the final generation to observe them. Israel's troops paused and regrouped, recognizing that the next day would deliver the conflict's peak. Their greater numbers had ultimately shown decisive, but full triumph stayed unaccomplished. Leaders created strategies for a concluding attack that would remove Benjamin's continuing opposition and force the tribe to submit or face obliteration. Across both encampments, the injured endured through the night. Battlefield medics functioned by firelight, wrapping wounds and easing the dying. Brothers who might have eaten together at celebrations now bled from each other's arms. The terrain that had seen covenant gatherings and tribal assemblies now soaked up the blood of internal warfare. As dawn neared, Benjamin's surviving combatants, perhaps 7,000 men, readied for their final protection of Gibeah. They positioned themselves on known territory, prepared to make their lives costly. None could have predicted that by nightfall, only a small fraction would survive of what had formerly been among Israel's most distinguished tribes. The Benjaminite massacre. The third morning arrived with strain weighing heavily over the hills, encircling Gibeah. Israel's troops had put into action an elaborate battle strategy, arranging men in concealed ambush locations around the settlement, while their principal army readied for a direct assault. Unlike earlier encounters, this offensive would leave Benjamin without routes of escape. Benjamin's surviving fighters, worn out, diminished, but still resistant, assumed protective positions around Gibeah. Their numbers had been catastrophically decreased over 2 days of combat. What stayed was the core of their fighting capacity. Seasoned men who recognized they confronted impossible chances but wouldn't forsake their tribal character. The fighting started with recognizable sequences. Israel's principal force pressed toward the settlement, then seemed to waver and withdraw, as in the earlier days' action. Benjamin, in spite of having observed this tactic previously, discovered themselves reacting comparably. The urge to chase a seemingly beaten adversary demonstrated too powerful to withstand. As Benjamin's combatants pursued the retreating Israelites, smoke started climbing behind them. The concealed ambush teams had penetrated Gibeah without opposition, igniting the settlement. When Benjamin's fighters turned to witness their hometown ablaze, the organized retreat became actual terror. Their final stronghold was collapsing while they had been drawn from its protection. Israel's troops now shut like a snare. The principal army stopped its withdrawal and struck back, while fresh units appeared from concealed locations to block escape paths. Benjamin discovered themselves encircled, battling frantically against attackers from several directions. The controlled defense that had aided them in previous fights crumbled into chaotic personal battles for existence. The killing demonstrated destruction beyond any typical battle. When the combat ceased, 18,000 more Benjamites were fallen, characterized as men of valor, the tribe's best warriors. Settlements across Benjamin's region stood vacant or in flames. The methodical devastation reached beyond military objectives to civilian foundations. Wells filled with debris, orchards chopped down, dwellings turned to wreckage. Only 600 men of Benjamin outlasted this. Concluding assault, running eastward toward the wasteland, they located shelter at the Rock of Rimmon, an isolated, defensible stone formation where they could conceal themselves from pursuit. These few embodied all that stayed of a tribe that had counted greater than 26,000 combatants merely days before. For 4 months, these survivors held to their rocky haven. Food arrived from whatever they could gather or catch in the meager wilderness. They existed as outcasts in their ancestral territory, frightened to venture near their destroyed settlements where Israelite patrols might still watch. Their prospects appeared as empty as the environment around them. In the wider tribal regions, the early celebration over Benjamin progressively shifted to thoughtful consideration. As funeral flames burned throughout Israel and households grieved their individual casualties, questions surfaced about the campaign's balance. Had justice for one wrongdoing demanded virtually wiping out a complete tribe? Had justified fury transformed into something more sinister? These questions grew stronger when delegates convened at Mizpah to evaluate the conflict's results. The gathered leaders faced a disturbing truth. Through their individual deeds, one of Jacob's 12 tribes now confronted elimination. Beyond the direct violence existed a more profound theological challenge. God's covenant referenced 12 tribes. What would it signify for Israel's character if Benjamin vanished? The biblical account records their mounting dread. O Lord, the God of Israel, why has this happened in Israel, that today there should be one tribe lacking in Israel? Their question showed awakening awareness that revenge had transported them past justice into potentially disastrous ground. In chasing righteous retribution, they had almost eliminated part of themselves. Israel's spiritual authorities wrestled to balance opposing requirements. Their promise not to provide their daughters as spouses to Benjamin versus the covenant requirement of keeping 12 tribes. The answer they ultimately created would demonstrate almost as troublesome as the initial struggle, exposing how challenging escaping patterns of violence genuinely is. For the outlasting Benjamites gathered at Rimmon, these theological conversations stayed remote worries. Their pressing reality was basic continuation. Locating adequate food, staying vigilant against likely assailants, and dealing with the awareness that their women, youngsters, and elderly had probably died in the organized destruction of their settlements. The third's engagement had changed Benjamin from a confident, autonomous tribe into a shattered remnant. Their region, formerly active with settlements, agriculture, and movement, now existed silent and barren. Fields, formerly thoroughly managed, returned to wilderness. The wolf of Jacob's prediction had been pursued almost to elimination, with merely 600 men surviving to maintain their tribal character. Israel had secured a triumph that seemed progressively empty. Justice for the Levite's concubine had been reached through approaches that provoked serious concerns about balance and group retribution. As the nation shifted from justified fury toward troubling self-examination, they faced the difficulty of how to repair what their individual revenge had almost eliminated. Aftermath. Benjamin, in devastation. Stillness draped over Benjamin's land like a burial cloth. Settlements that formerly resounded with youngsters' joy and marketplace activity stood vacant, their burned remnants gradually being absorbed by the natural world. Fields remained untilled, olive trees untrimmed. The lack of human presence permitted wildlife to come back. Foxes made dens in deserted storage areas. Birds constructed nests in roofless dwellings. At the Rock of Rimmon, 600 Benjamite men formed a harsh semblance of society. These survivors arranged hunting groups, created watch shifts, and kept basic tribal organization. Their discussions sidestepped particular subjects by silent, mutual understanding, especially the destiny of their women and youngsters. Certain matters stayed too agonizing to voice. Time moved differently for these men than for the remainder of Israel. Each day embodied not regular existence, but simple persistence, another day of banishment in their ancestral land. They formed the countless minor adjustments of those existing on survival's threshold, which vegetation could enhance their restricted diet, how to travel soundlessly through landscape now possibly dangerous, when to chance lighting flames that might be observed from away. The mental burden demonstrated as crushing as physical difficulty. These combatants had failed in their core duty, shielding their households and dwellings. The lack of burial ceremonies for deceased companions and cherished ones left sorrow unfinished. Dreams delivered scenes of blazing settlements and divided households, causing men to awaken choking in the blackness. In broader Israel, the early contentment of triumph shifted to more intricate feelings. As combatants came back to their dwellings and continued regular existence, questions increased. Many households grieved children lost in the effort against Benjamin. These individual casualties stimulated thinking about whether such wide violence had genuinely been required. Religious authorities confronted especially challenging questions. Had Israel's reaction to Gibeah's wrongdoing shown divine righteousness or human payback? What did Scripture instruct about balance and retribution? Most disturbingly, what would occur to God's agreement with 12 tribes if Benjamin vanished entirely? These theological puzzles had no simple responses. The physical terrain itself carried evidence to the struggle's intensity. Travelers moving through Benjamin's region reported unsettling vacancy where active settlements had existed. Deserted farming terraces deteriorated without care. Paths became progressively hard to cross as nature recovered them. The destruction reached past structures to the thorough environmental stewardship that had rendered the territory fruitful. For bordering tribes, Benjamin's lack produced practical challenges past theological worries. The protective zone between north and south now existed empty, possibly permitting foreign intrusions along formerly guarded paths. Commerce sequences were interrupted, protective plans jeopardized. Israel had unintentionally diminished itself through Benjamin's near elimination. Most troubling was the model created by this inter-tribal struggle. Israel had directed its military force against its individual people with crushing thoroughness. The social agreement connecting the tribes together had shown both its power in coordinated response and its capacity for disastrous internal brutality. This disturbing instruction would resound through subsequent tribal conflicts. As months went by, Israel's leaders assembled repeatedly to address Benjamin's destiny. Their conversations showed increasing regret over the campaign's scope. Scripture documents their mourning. There must be an inheritance for the survivors of Benjamin, so that a tribe will not be erased from Israel. This transformation from retributive intensity to preservation worry indicated a significant moral development. Meanwhile, at Rimmon, the 600 survivors formed increased consciousness of their special circumstance. Each man now bore duty not simply for his individual continuation, but for his complete tribal heritage. Should they perish without offspring, Benjamin would vanish from Israel totally. This consciousness added existential burden to their already challenging conditions. Benjamin's situation exposed the intricate interweaving of righteousness and compassion in covenant society. Israel had properly condemned Gibeah's wrongdoing, but had chased retribution past sensible boundaries. The nation now confronted the difficulty of repairing what their individual justified fury had almost eliminated. Could righteousness be fulfilled while still maintaining tribal persistence? Could Benjamin be both punished and restored? The response would surface through agonizing trade-offs and morally uncertain answers. Israel's route ahead would expose that mending from internal struggle demands more than just ceasing combat. It requires inventive methods to reconstructing what violence has destroyed. For Benjamin's survivors, observing from their wilderness shelter, these conversations embodied their sole prospect for tribal persistence. As smoke from distant tribal gatherings reached the rock of Rimmon, Benjamin's remnant questioned what their prospects might contain. Would they stay permanently outcasts, concealing at the edges of Israel's existence? Or might some route surface for them to rejoin the covenant society, injured but still portion of the national narrative? Their destiny now depended in the control of the identical tribes that had almost eliminated them. The promise and the problem. The survivors. Israel assembled at Mizpah, the identical place where they had previously promised to punish Benjamin. Now their atmosphere had changed from justified fury to distressed thinking. During the intensity of struggle, they had taken a binding promise. None of us shall give his daughter to Benjamin as a wife. This pledge, meant to separate wrongdoers, now risked completing Benjamin's elimination in a separate manner. 600 men stayed living, the final children of Benjamin. Without spouses, they embodied a biological terminus, a tribe without prospect. The promise that had appeared righteous in the instant of judgment now seemed possibly disastrous in its extended effects. Israel confronted a serious problem: how to respect their pledge declaration while stopping a tribe's elimination. The importance of this circumstance reached past humanitarian worry for Benjamin's survivors. Israel's complete national character was organized around the 12-tribe framework created through Jacob's children. Divine commitments and prophetic pictures mention this 12-part unity. What would it signify for God's agreement if one tribe disappeared? Would 11 tribes still represent Israel in the complete meaning? Religious authorities examined sacred writings, looking for precedent or guidance that might direct them. They discovered themselves moving through unfamiliar moral ground. Their promise against Benjamin remained legitimate, yet permitting Benjamin's erasure appeared opposite to covenant commitments. The strain between these requirements resisted straightforward answer. At the rock of Rimmon, Benjamin's survivors kept their uncertain existence, unaware of these conversations. Their everyday attention stayed basic continuation, locating food, maintaining vigilance, maintaining what minimal tribal understanding and practice they could through spoken retelling. The prospects past immediate requirements appeared too uncertain to think about. The gathering at Mizpah ultimately recognized a disturbing inquiry. Had all Israel joined in the promise against Benjamin? A thorough accounting showed that Jabesh-Gilead had dispatched no delegates to the initial gathering and thus assumed no portion in the retributive effort. This procedural opening presented a likely answer, though one with troubling moral effects. Israel's authorities reached a consequential choice. Jabesh-Gilead would be punished for their absence of involvement, and this retribution would at the same time address Benjamin's requirement for spouses. 12,000 combatants advanced against the unsuspecting settlement, with directives to eliminate all men and non-virgin women, but to maintain 400 young virgins. These young women, seized against their choice, would be provided as spouses to Benjamin's survivors. This answer exposes how morally damaged Israel had grown during the Judges' era. To address one challenge of brutality, they formed another. To maintain their promise against Benjamin while stopping tribal elimination, they participated in deeds against Jabesh-Gilead that reflected elements of what they had punished Benjamin for shielding. Delegates contacted Benjamin's survivors with this offer: return from banishment and obtain spouses from Jabesh-Gilead, permitting their tribe to persist. The proposal arrived without regret for the effort that had destroyed their numbers, without recognition of the excessive destruction of their region. It offered simple biological persistence as adequately restorative. Benjamin's 600 confronted their individual moral challenge. The women of Jabesh-Gilead were basically prisoners, seized in brutality and presented as reproductive resources instead of companions. Receiving them meant joining in this disturbing plan. Yet declining meant tribal elimination, the conclusion of their heritage, their narrative, their position in Israel's covenant account. With limited genuine options, Benjamin consented. 400 men obtained spouses from Jabesh-Gilead, leaving 200 still without companions. They started the gradual process of coming back to their destroyed region, creating basic settlements among the devastation and trying to reconstruct something similar to regular existence. For the young women affected, the plan embodied serious harm. Households eliminated, dwellings destroyed, then compelled marriage to men from a tribe recognized for protecting sexual brutality. Scripture keeps disturbing quietness about their encounters, concentrating instead on the mechanical answer to tribal persistence. This quietness itself communicates substantially about the moral emptiness of the era. The surviving 200 Benjamite men still required spouses, and Israel's authorities created yet another morally doubtful strategy to prevent violating their promise while addressing this requirement. Their answer would include manipulation of religious celebration practices and effectively approved abduction, exposing how distant Israel had moved from covenant principles during this chaotic era. Across these occurrences, no voice in authority seems to have challenged the basic assumption that biological persistence of tribal heritage warranted severe actions. The attention stayed narrowly on maintaining the 12 tribes framework without sufficient worry for the human expenses or ethical trade-offs affected. What occurred at Mizpah and following exposes the moral bewilderment of Israel's bleakest era. When sacred promises clash with covenant persistence, when righteousness demands compassion to stay genuinely just, when answers to one wrong form fresh wrongs, these intricacies reveal the insufficiency of human discernment without divine direction. The partial restoration of Benjamin would advance through morally damaged approaches, leaving injuries that would stay unhealed for many years. The tribe would ultimately reconstruct, but the mental and spiritual harm caused during this era would form their growth in manners both clear and subtle for ages to follow. The seizure at Shiloh, the dark answer. The authorities of Israel confronted a disturbing challenge. Only 600 Benjaminite men stayed living, concealing at the rock of Rimmon. Their dwellings existed in cinders, their households vanished, and their prospects hanging by a strand. The remaining tribes had pledged a binding promise at Mizpah. None of us shall give his daughter to Benjamin as a wife. This pledge, taken in justified fury, now risked erasing a complete tribe from Israel's household lineage. Beneath the covering of ancient trees, the authorities assembled at Bethel. Tears poured as they challenged their severe verdict. How can one tribe be absent from Israel today? They mourned. Their triumph over Benjamin had become sour. The 12 tribes, intended to exist together as brothers, now confronted the likelihood of turning into 11. The survivors at Rimmon couldn't acquire spouses from remaining Israelite tribes due to the promise. External marriages existed prohibited by ancient tradition and divine regulation. Without spouses, the tribe would disappear inside a lifetime. Their territories vacant, their identity lost. The authorities looked frantically for an answer that would maintain Benjamin without violating their pledge. Somebody recalled another promise taken during the gathering: Anyone who neglected to participate in the battle against Benjamin would confront death. Counting showed the citizens of Jabesh-Gilead had dispatched no combatants to the fight. This lack now offered a horrible chance. A power of 12,000 fighters advanced against unsuspecting Jabesh-Gilead. The assault arrived rapid and ruthless. Every man and married woman dropped to the weapon while 400 young virgins were protected and seized as prisoners. These girls, blameless of their settlement's decision not to battle Benjamin, would turn into reluctant rescuers of a condemned tribe. The authorities dispatched messengers to the men at Rimmon, presenting peace and homecoming. The Benjaminites surfaced from their stone fortress, thin and exhausted after months of concealment. They obtained the young women of Jabesh-Gilead as spouses, a present created from violence. Yet 400 spouses couldn't satisfy 600 men. 200 Benjaminites stayed without companions, their heritage risked with elimination. The authorities created another troubling strategy, one that moved along the boundaries of their promise without formally violating it. The yearly celebration at Shiloh neared where young women performed in the grape fields. The surviving Benjaminite men obtained unusual directions: conceal among the vines and observe for the performers. When the instant appeared appropriate, each man should burst out, grab a young woman, and transport her back to Benjamin's land. When the celebration day came, the fields surrounding Shiloh bloomed with vibrancy and noise. Young women spun in joy, unaware of the gazes observing from shadowed locations. At an indication, the concealing men exploded forth. Shouts of fear split the atmosphere as 200 daughters of Shiloh discovered themselves transported away to an unfamiliar territory. Fathers and brothers from Shiloh rushed to the authorities, insisting righteousness. The commanders presented cold reassurance. "Be kind to Benjamin, for we did not get wives for each of them in the war. And you are not guilty, since you did not give your daughters to them." They were taken. With these seizures, Benjamin's continuation discovered purchase in ground saturated with sorrow. The tribe would exist on, but at what expense? Marriages constructed on brutality, societies seeded in harm, households created from desperation. The performers of Shiloh turned into unwilling mothers to a tribe recreated from cinders. The Benjaminites came back to their destroyed inheritance with their fresh spouses. They reconstructed settlements from burned stones, cultivated fields in ground blended with ancestors' blood, and nurtured youngsters in the shade of their fathers' wrongs. A tribe almost erased, now held to existence through approaches reflecting the identical wrongdoings that had almost eliminated them. The remaining tribes observed this recreation with conflicted feelings: relief that Israel stayed whole, but unease at the approaches. The account of Benjamin's continuation turned into a whispered caution handed down through lifetimes. Righteousness without compassion produces fresh injustice, and frantic men will violate any moral limit to continue. As years went by, the injuries gradually mended. Youngsters developed who knew nothing of the conflict, the Rimmon shelter, or the seizures. These blameless ones, half Benjaminite, half prisoner, transported ahead a troubled heritage while constructing something fresh. Their blood connected former adversaries, forming connections stronger than promises or fury. Israel had almost offered one of its individual tribes on the altar of righteousness. Benjamin had almost died for declining to offer its individual. Now, through approaches neither party could proudly assert, the household of Jacob stayed complete. 12 tribes would persist, their futures connected, in spite of the blood between them. The dark answer at Shiloh shut one section of Benjamin's account, but the reverberations would echo through lifetimes to follow, forming the tribe's character and position inside Israel. A people who had confronted elimination would never again assume their existence for certain, nor lose memory of how near they had arrived to disappearance. Benjamin recreated. The Reconstruction years. Morning haze draped over the lowlands of Benjamin's land. Where smoke formerly rose from blazing settlements, now cooking flames dispatched gentle columns skyward. The territory injured by conflict, only a lifetime previously gradually mended beneath attentive hands. Benjamin was recreated, altered but living. The 600 survivors and their spouses turned into the basis for a fresh start. Their initial objective: protection. Provisional camps shifted to lasting structures as households claimed ancestral territories. Stone by stone, they reconstructed what flame had devoured. Settlements climbed from devastation: Gibeah, Ramah, Mizpah. Identities formerly linked with disgrace, now representations of endurance. Youngsters' joy, missing for many periods, came back to Benjamin's highlands. The initial generation created after the conflict developed, hearing whispered accounts of former successes and recent terrors. These youngsters bore a blended heritage: Benjaminite fathers and mothers from Jabesh Gilead or Shiloh. Their blood connected former adversaries, forming something fresh from calamity. Agricultural land abandoned during the struggle demanded enormous work to recover. Vegetation and wildlife had recovered fields where crops formerly developed. The decreased population indicated fewer hands for work, so Benjaminites modified. They functioned extended days, created productive approaches, and concentrated on crops that produced most from restricted resources. Bordering tribes observed Benjamin's recreation with wariness. The promise of Mizpah formally satisfied, interactions gradually continued. Commerce relationships reopened along ancient paths. Border conflicts, formerly resolved with violence, now discovered answer through discussion. A delicate confidence took hold where hatred had prospered. Benjamin's combatants, formerly dreaded for their exactness with weapon and blade, reduced in quantity but not determination. The harm of loss moderated their renowned hostility. They created protective groups to shield reconstruction work instead of attacking units. Their notoriety transformed from savage warriors to watchful protectors. Religious existence focused around local altars until journeys to Shiloh cautiously continued. For numerous Benjaminite men, coming back to Shiloh provoked layered feelings. The location where they had grabbed spouses now received their devotion. Some women never surpassed their harm, declining to join in celebrations. Others discovered mending through society and belief. The tribe formed a particular character, formed by near-elimination. Accounts handed down stressed continuation against impossible chances. Youngsters absorbed Jacob's prediction, Benjamin as a fierce wolf with fresh comprehension. The wolf had been pursued to the boundary of elimination, but persisted. This account of endurance turned into fundamental to Benjaminite self-understanding. Household frameworks developed distinctly in Benjamin than remaining tribes. With population so valuable, authorities discouraged hazardous work. Youngsters obtained particular defense. Numerous households turned into the greatest ambition, guaranteeing the tribe's ongoing existence. Families from different generations shared the same roof, keeping alive stories passed down through the spoken word and age-old customs. During the rebuilding process, skilled trades and craftsmanship reached new heights. Out of sheer necessity, people invented fresh approaches to building methods. The stonemasons from Benjamin became famous for their skill in taking broken materials and giving them new purpose. Pottery makers created designs with unique patterns, frequently featuring wolf symbols, taking Jacob's ancient prophecy and transforming it from something savage into a mark of power. Within the tribe, political authority began shifting gradually. Those families able to trace their ancestry back to before the war held a certain privileged standing. However, leadership positions mostly went to people who successfully led reconstruction projects. In a community where everyone's work mattered for survival, what you accomplished started to matter more than who your parents were. Benjamin's geographic position, sitting between Judah and Ephraim, stretching across the divide between north and south, took on fresh significance as the tribes of Israel grew more culturally separate. Their territory became a natural connecting point between these increasingly different regions. People from Benjamin worked as interpreters, negotiators, and merchants moving across these new boundaries. As the decades went by, the population bounced back. Small villages grew into larger towns. Marketplaces filled with activity where wild creatures had once wandered through empty streets. New generations came of age, knowing the war only as something from history books, not lived experience. Still, the lessons stayed alive in their traditions, showing up in their careful approach to dealing with other tribes, and visible in how fiercely they guarded their tribal identity. Benjamin's story changed from one marked by disgrace to one defined by survival. A tribe that had stood against all of Israel on its own, reduced to merely 600 survivors, then rebuilt itself from nothing. This story earned respect even from those who had once been enemies. The wolf had come back to its hunting grounds, not with the same wild aggression as before, but carrying watchful wisdom earned through pain. From this reborn tribe, unexpected greatness would emerge. The foundations of future authority were planted during these humble rebuilding years. As Benjamin's cities thrived once again, hardly anyone could have predicted that from this tiniest, most damaged tribe would come Israel's first monarch, a tall, striking figure who would unite the scattered tribes into one kingdom. That man was Saul, Israel's first king. On the gently sloping hills within Benjamin's borders stood a modest farmhouse owned by Kish, a man of means and good reputation. His son Saul stood head and shoulders above other men, good-looking, powerful, and humble. Nobody, especially not Saul himself, could have imagined this young man from Benjamin would become Israel's first monarch. A tribe that had nearly been wiped out would soon give Israel the leader who would bring all 12 tribes under a single crown. The circumstances called for transformation. Philistine military forces pushed in from the coastal areas. Raiders attacked from the east and south. The old system of occasional judges could no longer keep the people safe. Tribal leaders made the journey to Samuel, the aging prophet, insisting, "Give us a king to judge us like other nations." Though hesitant, Samuel received permission from God to grant what they wanted. Saul's journey to the throne started with lost donkeys. While searching for his father's missing animals, he went looking for help from Samuel. Rather than getting directions to wandering livestock, he had sacred oil poured over his head. The modest young man from Benjamin objected, "Am I not from the smallest tribe of Israel? Why speak to me this way?" Still, fate had made its choice. Word traveled throughout Israel's lands. A king had been chosen from Benjamin. Many greeted the news with joy and celebration. Others questioned how a tribe so recently dishonored could provide leadership. Some people from larger, wealthier tribes refused to bring tribute to the new king, grumbling, "How can this man save us?" Saul proved his doubters wrong at Jabesh-Gilead, ironically, the very city whose women had once rescued Benjamin from complete destruction. When Ammonite forces threatened to gouge out every man's right eye in the city, Saul butchered a pair of oxen, distributing the pieces across Israel with a warning, "Join the fight or face similar treatment." The tribes rallied under his leadership, overwhelming the Ammonite threat. Victory transformed Saul from questioned leader into celebrated warrior king. Samuel held a public coronation ceremony at Gilgal, where the people voiced their support. The shepherd from Benjamin became Israel's protector. He made his capital at Gibeah, the exact city whose wrongdoing had nearly wiped out his tribe. From those ruins emerged a royal center, representing Benjamin's amazing reversal of fate. Saul formed Israel's first permanent military force, with his son Jonathan serving as a commander. Military victories followed against Moabites and Philistines. The early years of the king's rule brought safety the people hadn't known for generations. Trading routes opened up, markets prospered, and for a short golden time, the experiment with monarchy appeared divinely blessed. However, darkness began gathering in Saul's thoughts. The burden of kingship pressed down heavily on him. Samuel's ongoing spiritual authority created friction. prophet and king disagreed frequently about how to govern. Most critically, Saul struggled with following divine instructions, repeatedly choosing his own judgment over what the prophet told him. The breaking point arrived during a military campaign against the Amalekites. Samuel gave clear instructions to destroy everything. Saul, seeing worth in the captured animals and wanting to make an impressive sacrifice, kept the best livestock. When Samuel confronted him, he made excuses rather than showing true repentance. The prophet's words cut deeply. "The Lord has rejected you from being king." Though Saul stayed on the throne, divine blessing shifted to an unexpected successor, a shepherd boy from Judah named David. Brought to the palace to calm the king's increasing sadness with music, David quickly showed military skill that both amazed and threatened Saul. The king's mind grew darker with suspicion, jealousy, and finally, violent anger. People from Benjamin rallied behind their troubled king. They remembered their near extinction and saw Saul as their tribe's redemption. His achievements validated their survival. Many saw David as a danger, not just to Saul, but to Benjamin's recovered position. Court officials, mostly fellow tribesmen, fed the king's paranoid fears about David's goals. Saul's mental deterioration picked up speed. Episodes of murderous fury switched back and forth with times of deep remorse. He threw spears at David during music sessions. He ordered the killing of priests suspected of aiding his perceived enemy. The generous, humble man who had reluctantly accepted kingship became a tormented tyrant, obsessed with holding on to power. Military attention shifted from outside enemies to hunting David. Resources that should have protected Israel instead chased an innocent man through wilderness areas. Meanwhile, Philistine forces regained their strength, preparing for attacks against a divided Israel. The unity Saul had initially created fell apart under his increasingly unpredictable leadership. Loyal people from Benjamin stood beside their king despite his decline. They remembered when their tribe faced total destruction and how far they had climbed. Abandoning Saul could mean losing everything they had rebuilt. A small group of Benjaminites did join David's band of outcasts, creating bitter splits within families and communities. Saul's tragic reign ended on Mount Gilboa. Surrounded by Philistine soldiers, his sons fallen in combat, the wounded king fell on his own sword rather than suffer capture. News of his death brought grief throughout Benjamin. Their rise to power had ended as suddenly as it started. The crown would transfer to David, not from their tribe, and Benjamin's brief time of supremacy would close. Still, Saul's legacy lived on. He built the foundation of Israelite monarchy. He established government structures that David would later expand. Most importantly for Benjamin, he restored his tribe's honor. From near extinction to producing Israel's first king, the change was remarkable. Though Saul's personal story ended in tragedy, his reign marked Benjamin's complete recovery of respect among the tribes of Israel. David versus Saul, tribal divisions. Dawn came over the wilderness of Judah, a group of outlaws huddled near small fires, watching for approaching threats. Among them stood David, poet, warrior, and anointed future king. Forced out of Saul's court and hunted from cave to cave. This struggle between David and Saul went deeper than personal competition. It revealed tribal divisions that had been simmering just below the surface of Israelite society for generations. Benjamin stood solidly behind their king. The smallest tribe had experienced power and influence during Saul's reign. Royal positions filled their ranks. Their territory contained the capital. After generations of rebuilding from near extinction, people from Benjamin saw Saul as their tribal vindication. To them, David represented danger not just to their king, but to their hard-won standing among the tribes. From Saul's viewpoint, David represented multiple dangers. Here was a charismatic man from Judah winning popular praise through military victories. Samuel had already hinted at divine rejection in favor of someone better. When crowds sang, "Saul has slain his thousands and David his tens of thousands," the king's paranoia found support. What started as respect for the young warrior turned into deadly jealousy. The royal court split into opposing groups. Jonathan, Saul's son and heir, formed an unexpected friendship with David, a connection that went beyond tribal loyalty. Michal, the king's daughter, became David's wife, then aided his escape from her father's murderous rage. Most court officials, mainly people from Benjamin, fueled Saul's suspicions with stories and gossip about David's growing popularity. David's escape from court turned political tension into open conflict. Men from different tribes, mostly unhappy with Saul's increasingly unstable rule, gathered around the charismatic fugitive. Most came from Judah, his home tribe, but others joined from Benjamin, Gad, and Manasseh. Each defection from Benjamin particularly enraged Saul, who saw it as personal betrayal. The town of Nob suffered horrible consequences because of these divisions. When priests there unknowingly helped the fleeing David, Saul ordered a massacre. 85 religious leaders died by the sword. Only Abiathar escaped to join David's group. This horrific act shocked Israel. Their anointed king had slaughtered priests over political suspicion. For many, it confirmed the divine rejection Samuel had announced. Ordinary people from Benjamin faced impossible decisions. Supporting Saul meant loyalty to their tribe and chosen king. Yet his declining mental state and cruel actions troubled even devoted followers. Those with connections to David's supporters lived in fear of royal revenge. Family relationships, strained as relatives, took opposing sides. Some secretly helped David, while publicly declaring loyalty to Saul. David's handling of this conflict showed his political wisdom. Twice he spared Saul's life when chances came. Once in a cave at En-Gedi, later while the king slept among his forces. Each time David publicly announced his restraint, undermining accusations that he sought the throne through violence. He showed respect for the Lord's anointed while building his reputation as an honorable alternative to the increasingly unstable king. The geographic aspect of the conflict highlighted tribal boundaries. Saul controlled the central hill country, including Benjamin's territory and much of Ephraim. David found safety mainly in southern wilderness regions of Judah near his hometown of Bethlehem. This north-south split foreshadowed the eventual division of the kingdom after Solomon's death. Philistine leaders watched Israel's internal fighting with strategic interest. They took advantage of divisions by raiding unprotected towns, while Saul's forces chased David. Eventually, David and his followers sought protection in Philistine territory, a controversial move that further complicated tribal loyalties. To some Israelites, this apparent partnership with enemies confirmed David as a traitor. Others recognized it as necessary survival. Economic impacts spread throughout the tribes. Trade declined as traveling merchants faced dangers from both royal forces and various outlaws claiming political motivation. Farm production suffered when farmers were drafted into Saul's pursuit forces. Resources that should have improved the kingdom instead funded an increasingly personal vendetta. Religious leadership split along similar lines. Most priests after the Nob massacre feared Saul and quietly supported David. The sacred ephod traveled with Abiathar in David's camp rather than remaining with the king. This religious dimension added divine legitimacy to David's cause, while suggesting heaven's abandonment of Saul. These were perceptions that influenced ordinary Israelites caught between loyalties. The conflict reached its tragic end on Mount Gilboa. Philistine forces, strengthened during Israel's internal fighting, launched a major offensive. Saul and 3 sons, including the noble Jonathan, fell in battle. David's public mourning for his friend and even for his persecutor, how the mighty have fallen, showed genuine grief rather than political calculation. With Saul's death, most expected immediate unity under David. Instead, tribal divisions deepened. Abner, Saul's military commander, installed Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, as king over northern tribes, including Benjamin. David ruled only Judah from Hebron. For 7 years, Israel existed as two kingdoms, a situation that would repeat centuries later with far more permanence. The struggle between David and Saul went beyond personal conflict. It represented competing visions for Israel's future, tribal rivalries with ancient roots, and questions about divine selection of leadership. Benjamin, having experienced both near extinction and royal power within one generation, would never view the other tribes with simple trust again. These divisions, temporarily healed under David's eventual united monarchy, would resurface repeatedly throughout Israel's turbulent history. The loyal prince. In the shadow of King Saul's growing madness, a light shone brightly in the royal court. His son Jonathan, a man whose heart proved greater than his birthright. Born into the tribe of Benjamin, Jonathan emerged as a warrior whose courage matched his kindness. His first battle, fought against a Philistine outpost, revealed both his bravery and trust in God's power rather than military might. Yet Jonathan's story finds its true heart not in war, but in friendship. When a young shepherd named David entered the royal courts, few could have predicted the bond that would form between the king's son and this newcomer. Their souls connected in a way that went beyond position and power. Jonathan, heir to the throne, embraced the very man prophesied to replace his family's dynasty. Their friendship grew against impossible odds. As Saul's jealousy of David turned into murderous rage, Jonathan stood at a crossroads no son should face. His father demanded loyalty, yet his heart recognized David's divine calling. When Saul hurled his spear at David during a palace feast, it was Jonathan who warned his friend to flee into the night. In a quiet grove outside the city, Jonathan and David sealed their friendship with a covenant, promising to protect each other's families regardless of who might rule Israel. With tears on their faces, they embraced one last time, knowing their paths must separate. Jonathan to honor his father, David to survive in exile. Word reached the palace of David's growing band of followers in the wilderness. Each day Saul's mood darkened, while Jonathan carried the weight of divided loyalties. At meals, he defended his absent friend, facing his father's wrath with quiet dignity. "Why should David die?" he asked Saul. "What has he done?" In response, the king hurled his spear not at an absent enemy, but at his own son. Jonathan's last gift to David came through a simple warning. Arrows shot beyond a waiting boy, a secret signal that danger remained too great for return. Their final moments together held the sorrow of what could never be, a king and his loyal friend ruling side by side. "Go in peace," Jonathan told David. "The Lord is witness of the bond between us and our children forever." As the Philistine armies gathered at Mount Gilboa, Jonathan stood beside his troubled father one final time. Though knowing Israel's doom approached, his courage never wavered. The battle swirled in chaos around them until arrows found their mark in Jonathan's body. He fell not far from his father, loyal to the end. When news reached David of Jonathan's death, he tore his clothes in grief, composing a lament that echoed across the hills. "How the mighty have fallen in battle! Jonathan lies slain on your heights. I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were very dear to me. Your love for me was wonderful, more wonderful than that of women." In Jonathan, the tribe of Benjamin offered Israel its noblest son, a prince who valued truth above power and friendship above ambition. His legacy lives not in conquered lands or gathered wealth, but in showing how loyalty, when rooted in God's purposes, goes beyond the boundaries of family and tribal identity. The end of Saul, a tribe in turmoil. Dark clouds gathered over King Saul's final days. The once promising ruler now wandered his palace halls in fear, tormented by an evil spirit and the knowledge that God's favor had passed to another. The prophet Samuel, who had anointed him king, was dead. The Philistines pressed ever closer to the heart of Israel's territory. In his desperation, Saul crossed a boundary he once defended. Though he had banned all mediums and spiritists from the land, the king now disguised himself and sought the witch of Endor. "Bring up Samuel," he begged the woman. When Samuel's spirit appeared, his message brought no comfort. "Tomorrow you and your sons will be with me. The Lord will hand over both Israel and you to the Philistines." Morning broke over Mount Gilboa with the clash of armies. Philistine chariots charged across the valley floor, while Israelite warriors formed their lines upon the slopes. The men of Benjamin fought fiercely around their king, but the tide of battle turned against them. One by one, Saul watched his sons fall: Abinadab, Malchishua, and finally Jonathan, the best of them all. As enemy archers closed in, their arrows found the king. Wounded and fearing capture, Saul turned to his armor-bearer. "Draw your sword and run me through." When the young man from Benjamin refused, Saul fell upon his own sword, choosing death over humiliation at Philistine hands. The armor-bearer, seeing his master dead, took his own life as well. News spread rapidly across the land. Saul and his sons were dead, their bodies hung in disgrace upon the walls of Bethshan. The northern towns emptied as people fled the advancing Philistines. Yet from Jabesh Gilead came a band of brave men, remembering how Saul had once saved their city. Under cover of darkness, they recovered the royal bodies and gave them proper burial beneath a tamarisk tree. For the tribe of Benjamin, Saul's death opened wounds deeper than grief. Their first king lay dead, their warriors scattered, their lands vulnerable to enemy raids. More troubling still was the knowledge that David, the anointed successor, came from Judah, their historic rival. Would Benjamin's brief moment of glory fade into memory as power shifted south? Survivors gathered in hushed circles, remembering how their tribe had once before faced extinction after the war at Gibeah. Some wondered if divine judgment had found them again. Others clung to hope in Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, who might yet preserve their place in Israel's story. As Benjamin mourned, a deeper tension spread across Israel. The nation stood divided, the southern tribes looking to David, the northern regions, including Benjamin, remaining loyal to Saul's house. The seeds of civil war, planted during Saul's paranoid pursuit of David, now sprouted in blood-soaked soil. In village gatherings, old men reminded younger people from Benjamin of Jacob's ancient prophecy. "Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he devours the prey, in the evening he divides the plunder." Their tribe had indeed risen to power under Saul, but now evening shadows fell across their future. Would they fade into history or find a way to preserve their identity in a changing Israel? Saul's tragic end marked more than a king's death. It symbolized a crossroads for his entire tribe. Having tasted leadership only to see it slip away, Benjamin faced the painful task of reimagining its place in a nation rapidly moving beyond its influence. Their response would shape Israel's future for generations to come. David's ascendancy, Benjamin in the shadows. David received news of Saul's death while sheltering in Ziklag among the Philistines. Rather than rejoice at his enemy's fall, he tore his clothes in genuine grief. The messenger who brought Saul's crown, expecting reward, instead met justice at David's command for claiming to have killed the Lord's anointed. Following God's guidance, David moved his family and followers to Hebron in Judah. There, the elders of his home tribe anointed him king, but only over Judah. The northern territories, including Benjamin, remained hesitant to accept a ruler from outside their regions. Meanwhile, in the north, Abner, Saul's powerful general, acted decisively to preserve the royal legacy. He took Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, across the Jordan to Mahanaim and declared him king over the remaining tribes. Though lacking his father's stature or divine calling, Ishbosheth provided a rallying point for those loyal to Saul's memory, especially among his fellow people from Benjamin. For the people of Benjamin, this divided kingdom mirrored their internal conflict. Their lands sat at the border between David's southern realm and Ishbosheth's northern territories. Some families found themselves torn, brothers serving different kings, cousins becoming political enemies. Their tribe's identity, so recently elevated through Saul's kingship, now hung in uncertain balance. In villages throughout Benjamin, mothers warned their sons against traveling too far south, while fathers spoke in hushed tones about which king truly held God's favor. The tribal elders found themselves caught between loyalty to Saul's bloodline and the growing recognition that David's star continued to rise. Abner, though serving Ishbosheth, remained the true power behind the northern throne. This battle-hardened commander from Benjamin understood political reality better than his young king. For 2 years, an uneasy peace held between the rival kingdoms, punctuated by minor skirmishes along their borders. Among these border clashes, a fateful encounter unfolded at the Pool of Gibeon in Benjamin's territory. Abner's men met Joab's troops, David's commander and nephew, in what began as a controlled contest between champions, but exploded into bloody battle. When the dust settled, Asahel, Joab's brother, lay dead by Abner's hand. As power gradually shifted toward David, Benjamin found itself increasingly isolated. The tribe watched nervously as other northern regions began questioning Ishbosheth's leadership. When Abner himself quarreled with the king over a concubine and opened secret negotiations with David, many people from Benjamin sensed their position weakening further. Abner's assassination by Joab, an act of personal vengeance disguised as loyalty to David, removed the last strong supporter of Saul's house. Soon after, Ishbosheth met his end at the hands of 2 captains from Benjamin who mistakenly thought David would reward their treachery. Instead, he executed them for killing God's anointed ruler. With Ishbosheth's death, Benjamin lost its royal connection and faced an uncomfortable reality, accepting leadership from Judah or standing alone against growing consensus. Practical minds among them recognized the inevitable. When representatives from all tribes gathered at Hebron to offer David the unified crown, Benjamin stood among them, not leading as before, but following where circumstances led. Civil war. David versus Ishbosheth. The land of Israel lay divided, a kingdom torn in two by loyalty and ambition. In the south, David ruled from Hebron over his home tribe of Judah. In the north, Ishbosheth, Saul's surviving son, claimed the throne over the remaining tribes, including Benjamin. This fragile arrangement could not last in a land meant to be united under God's chosen king. The first sparks of conflict ignited at Gibeon, a town from Benjamin where the waters reflected a cloudless sky. Abner, commander of Ishbosheth's forces, suggested a contest between 12 champions from each side. What began as controlled combat quickly descended into chaos. "Let the young men arise and compete before us," Abner had said. But their competition ended with each man grasping his opponent's head, thrusting daggers into enemy sides until all 24 lay dead. Full battle erupted immediately. Abner's northern forces fell back before David's men, led by Joab. As they retreated, Asahel, Joab's swift-footed brother, pursued Abner relentlessly. Despite warnings to turn aside, the young warrior pressed forward until Abner's spear found his belly, leaving him dying on the path. By day's end, 20 of David's men lay dead, while Ishbosheth's forces lost 360. This clash marked only the beginning of a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David. Across Benjamin's rolling hills, families found themselves caught between competing loyalties to Saul's memory or David's growing power. Village elders counseled caution, while young warriors chose sides, sometimes brother against brother. For Benjamin, this war cut deeper than for other tribes. Their land formed the battlefield where most clashes occurred, their crops trampled by passing armies, their wells drained by thirsty soldiers. More painful still was the knowledge that each victory for David diminished their tribe's recent prominence under Saul. As months passed, a subtle shift occurred in the conflict. David grew stronger and stronger, while the house of Saul grew weaker and weaker. Abner, the true power behind Ishbosheth's throne, found himself increasingly isolated as more families switched allegiance to David. When Ishbosheth accused him of sleeping with Saul's concubine, a claim to royal power, the general's patience snapped. "Am I a dog's head belonging to Judah?" Abner demanded of his king. "Today I show kindness to the house of Saul, yet you accuse me concerning this woman." Secretly, Abner began negotiations with David, offering to bring all Israel under his rule in exchange for protection. Word of Abner's planned defection spread quietly among leaders from Benjamin. Some viewed it as betrayal, while others recognized political necessity. Before this transition could occur, however, tragedy struck. Joab, still burning with vengeance for his brother's death, lured Abner aside at Hebron's gate and stabbed him in the stomach, mimicking Asahel's wound. David publicly mourned Abner, walking behind his bier and fasting until sunset. This gesture impressed many northerners, including doubtful people from Benjamin who had feared harsh treatment under Judah's rule. Yet without Abner's steady hand, Ishbosheth's kingdom quickly unraveled. The final blow came from an unexpected quarter. Two captains from Benjamin, Baana and Rechab, seeking favor with the ascendant king, entered Ishbosheth's house while he napped in midday heat. They murdered him in his bed, beheaded him, and traveled through the night to present this grisly trophy to David at Hebron. "As surely as the Lord lives," David responded, "when someone told me Saul is dead, thinking he brought good news, I seized him and put him to death at Ziklag. How much more should I deal with wicked men who kill an innocent person in his own house and on his own bed?" The assassins met swift justice, their hands and feet cut off, their bodies hung beside Hebron's pool. With Ishbosheth's death, the civil war ended, not with a decisive battle, but a quiet surrender of alternatives. For Benjamin, this closure brought mixed emotions. Relief that bloodshed had ceased, yet sorrow that their brief moment of national leadership had passed. Now they would need to find their place in David's united kingdom. The reign of David, Benjamin's survival. Beneath an ancient oak at Hebron, elders from all 12 tribes gathered around David. "We are your bone and flesh," they declared, placing their hands upon the horn of oil as he was anointed king over all Israel. Among them stood leaders from Benjamin, men who once served Saul, but now pledged loyalty to the shepherd king from Judah. For Benjamin, this transition required swallowing bitter pride. Their tribe had briefly known the sweetness of power under Saul, only to watch it slip away like water through cupped hands. Now they faced a choice: resist the inevitable and face destruction, or adapt to changing times and find a new purpose within David's kingdom. Wisely, David understood their struggle. His first acts as unified king included gestures of reconciliation toward Saul's family. He restored land to Mephibosheth, Jonathan's crippled son, bringing him to dine regularly at the royal table. This kindness, honoring his covenant with Jonathan, signaled to all people from Benjamin that vengeance would not be his policy. Jerusalem, a Jebusite stronghold on the border between Judah and Benjamin, became David's brilliant choice for a new capital. Neither fully in Judah nor Benjamin, this neutral city could unite north and south without favoring either. When David's warriors captured its seemingly impregnable fortress, he renamed it the City of David, while respecting its position as partially within Benjamin's territory. From this central location, David organized his government with surprising inclusiveness. Though his close advisors included many from his days as a fugitive, he appointed men from northern tribes, including Benjamin, to positions of influence. Shimei the Benjaminite joined his council, while others found places in the expanding bureaucracy needed to govern a growing kingdom. Military success further cemented national unity. As the Philistines launched fresh attacks, David met them not as a tribal leader, but as Israel's king. Archers and slingers from Benjamin fought alongside spearmen from Judah. their shared victories healing old wounds. When David brought the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem with dancing and celebration, people from Benjamin joined the procession, recognizing God's hand in these events. Not all accepted this new reality. When David fled Jerusalem during Absalom's rebellion, Shimei, a relative of Saul from the clan of Benjamin, cursed him openly, throwing stones and dust while calling him a man of blood. This outburst revealed lingering resentment among some who still viewed David as a usurper of Benjamin's rightful place. Yet even this bitter moment ultimately demonstrated David's wisdom in handling tribal tensions. Though his warriors wanted to execute Shimei on the spot, David stayed their hands. Later, upon returning to Jerusalem victorious, he forgave the offense from Benjamin, understanding that showing mercy would do more to secure peace than harsh punishment. As David's reign progressed, Benjamin found unexpected opportunities to thrive. Their strategic location near the capital brought economic benefits through trade and royal building projects. Their warriors gained reputation in the king's armies, particularly the elite forces. Gradually, many people from Benjamin shifted from reluctant subjects to proud citizens of a united Israel. When another man from Benjamin named Sheba attempted rebellion, blowing his trumpet and calling, "We have no share in David, no part in Jesse's son," he found little support among his tribesmen. Most recognized that their future lay not in clinging to past glory, but in contributing their unique strengths to Israel's shared destiny. David's 40-year reign transformed Benjamin from defeated rival to central partner in building the nation. Though they no longer held the throne, their territory, traditions, and talents remained vital to Israel's identity. In learning to thrive from the second position rather than demanding first place, Benjamin discovered a resilience that would serve them well through coming centuries of challenge. The census and the plague, a divine punishment. The idea came to David near the end of his reign. Count the fighting men throughout Israel. Perhaps pride whispered this thought, or anxiety about succession, or simply a king's desire to measure his strength. Whatever the cause, Joab objected immediately. "May the Lord multiply his troops 100 times over. But why does my lord the king want to do such a thing?" Despite these concerns, royal counters set out through the land from Dan in the north to Beersheba in the south. For 9 months and 20 days, they recorded names and numbers in every village and town. When they reached Benjamin's territory, many elders recalled how God had punished Israel after previous censuses. Some provided names reluctantly, sensing something amiss in this accounting of human strength without divine command. The counters returned with impressive figures: 800,000 fighting men in Israel and 500,000 in Judah. Within these numbers, Benjamin contributed tens of thousands of skilled warriors. Yet as David heard the final tally, his heart troubled him. "I have sinned greatly in what I have done," he confessed to God. "Now, please take away the guilt of your servant. I have done a very foolish thing." Through the prophet Gad, God offered David 3 choices of punishment: 3 years of famine, 3 months of fleeing before enemies, or 3 days of plague throughout the land. The king chose the briefest option, saying, "Let us fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercy is great, but do not let me fall into human hands." Morning broke with the sound of weeping. From Dan to Beersheba, people woke to find loved ones burning with fever, their skin marked with signs of disease. The angel of death moved invisibly through villages and towns, claiming 70,000 lives across Israel. Benjamin's towns, clustered near Jerusalem, watched in horror as the plague advanced toward them like an unstoppable tide. At the threshing floor of Araunah, the Jebusite on Mount Moriah overlooking Jerusalem, the angel paused with sword extended over the city. David, wearing sackcloth, saw this terrifying vision and fell face down, crying out, "I am the one who has sinned and done wrong. These are but sheep. What have they done? Let your hand fall upon me and my family." God commanded David through the prophet Gad to build an altar on that very threshing floor. When Araunah offered to give David the site and sacrificial animals without cost, the king refused. "I will not sacrifice to the Lord my God burnt offerings that cost me nothing." He purchased the threshing floor for 50 shekels of silver, built the altar, and offered sacrifices. As smoke rose from the altar, the plague stopped. The angel's sword returned to its sheath. Across Benjamin's hills and valleys, families counted their losses while giving thanks for those spared. This threshing floor, partly within Benjamin's traditional territory, would later become the site of Solomon's temple, a permanent reminder of both divine judgment and mercy. For Benjamin, this event carried special significance. The plague had struck hardest in densely populated areas, including their towns surrounding Jerusalem. Many families lost fathers, sons, and brothers, warriors recently counted in the king's census. These losses reopened wounds barely healed from the civil war years earlier. Yet amid grief came a powerful lesson. The tribe that once prided itself on military prowess now witnessed how quickly human strength could vanish before divine judgment. Warriors who survived recognized their dependence on God's protection rather than their own skill with sword or sling. In village gatherings, elders from Benjamin reflected on how their tribe's story repeatedly demonstrated this truth. They had nearly been extinguished after Gibeah's sin, had risen to royal power under Saul only to fall again, and now had watched disease claim many of their mighty men. Each time, survival came not through human strength, but divine mercy. As David prepared to pass his crown to Solomon, this humbling experience shaped Benjamin's approach to the transition. Rather than grasping for fading glory or resisting the Davidic dynasty, many embraced their role within the larger nation. The threshing floor, where death had stopped, soon to become the Temple Mount, stood partly on their soil, a permanent reminder that their identity now bound them to something greater than tribal ambition. The rebellion of Sheba, a final uprising from Benjamin. The embers of tribal resentment never fully cooled. Even as David returned to Jerusalem after quelling Absalom's rebellion, fresh trouble stirred from an unexpected quarter. A troublemaker from Benjamin named Sheba, son of Bichri, saw opportunity in the moment's confusion. Seizing a ram's horn, he blew a piercing blast and cried out words that split the barely healed nation. "We have no share in David, no part in Jesse's son. Every man to his tent, O Israel." His call awakened dormant grievances among northern tribes who felt neglected under Judah's rule. Men who had followed David now peeled away, returning to their homes while pledging loyalty to Sheba. This rebellion spread quickly through Benjamin's territory, where memories of Saul's kingship still lingered in every village square. For Benjamin, Sheba's uprising represented more than politics. It touched the core of tribal identity. Having lost their royal status when Saul fell, some viewed this rebellion as a divine opportunity to reclaim lost prominence. Others, remembering David's mercy toward Mephibosheth and other descendants of Saul, hesitated to join this desperate gamble. David, recognizing the danger, acted decisively. He ordered Amasa, his newly appointed commander, to gather Judah's forces within 3 days. When Amasa delayed, David turned to Abishai instead. "Now Sheba, son of Bichri, will do us more harm than Absalom did. Take your master's men and pursue him, or he will find fortified cities and escape from us." As royal forces mobilized, word reached the rebellion from Benjamin that Israel's most experienced warriors now hunted them. Sheba fled northward, gathering supporters as he moved through friendly territories. Behind him, David's army pursued like wolves on a blood trail, determined to crush this threat before it grew beyond control. Near the stone of Gibeon, a place haunted by memories of previous conflict between David and Saul's house, Joab encountered his cousin and rival Amasa. With cold calculation that characterized his military genius, Joab grasped Amasa's beard as if to kiss him, then thrust his dagger into the man's belly. Stepping over the dying commander, Joab resumed the chase, calling out, "Whoever favors Joab and whoever is for David, let him follow Joab." Across Benjamin's hills and valleys, village leaders faced impossible choices. Supporting Sheba meant defying the king and risking destruction. Opposing him meant betraying a fellow tribesman and admitting that dreams of Benjamin's restoration had faded beyond recovery. Most chose caution, closing their gates to both rebels and royal forces while waiting to see which way the winds of fortune blew. Sheba's northward flight ended at Abel Beth Maachah, a fortified city far from Benjamin's borders. As Joab's forces built siege ramps against the walls, a wise woman called down from the ramparts, "Listen, listen, tell Joab to come here so I can speak with him." When Joab approached, she negotiated salvation for her city. They used to say in the old days, "Get your answer at Abel. We are the peaceful and faithful ones of Israel. You are trying to destroy a city that is a mother in Israel. Why would you swallow up the Lord's inheritance?" "Far be it from me," Joab replied. "I do not want to swallow up or destroy. That is not the case. A man named Sheba, son of Bichri from the hill country of Ephraim, has lifted his hand against King David. Hand over this one man, and I'll withdraw from the city." Before nightfall, Sheba's head flew over the wall, ending his rebellion as quickly as it had begun. Joab sounded the trumpet of withdrawal, and his troops returned to Jerusalem. The rebellion collapsed, not through pitched battle but negotiation and the pragmatic sacrifice of one troublemaker for the survival of many. For Benjamin, Sheba's failed uprising marked a turning point in their relationship with the Davidic dynasty. Those who had briefly hoped for restored glory now faced reality. Their future lay not in resistance, but in finding their place within the United Kingdom. Younger leaders emerged who looked forward rather than backward, seeking ways to preserve Benjamin's unique identity while accepting their role in Israel's larger story. In time, this adjustment brought unexpected blessings. As Jerusalem grew in prominence under Solomon, Benjamin's territory gained value through proximity to the capital. Their craftsmen found work in royal building projects. Their farmers supplied the growing city, and their merchants profited from trade routes passing through their lands. What they lost in political power, they gained in economic opportunity. Sheba's head, displayed briefly at Jerusalem's gate, served as a warning against future rebellions. Yet it also closed a chapter in Benjamin's history, the last gasp of a dream that had begun with Saul's anointing and ended with his descendants' death. Now Benjamin would write a new story, not as rulers, but as essential partners in building Solomon's golden age. The rise of Solomon, a new era. As King David lay beneath heavy blankets, his aged body unable to find warmth despite the efforts of his attendants, the question of succession loomed over Israel. Though he had named Solomon as heir, another son, Adonijah, gathered supporters, including the powerful Joab. While sacrifices and celebrations marked Adonijah's premature coronation at On-Rogel, the prophet Nathan acted quickly to inform David through Bathsheba. Rousing himself one final time, David commanded, "Take Solomon on my own mule to Gihon. There have Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet anoint him king over Israel. Blow the trumpet and shout, 'Long live King Solomon.'" The sound of celebration at Solomon's anointing reached Adonijah's ears during his own feast, ending his rebellion before it fully formed. For the tribe of Benjamin, this transition brought mixed emotions. Solomon's ascension meant continued rule from David's line, rather than any return to their own royal heritage under Saul. Yet Solomon's mother Bathsheba had grown up in Gibeah of Benjamin as the wife of Uriah the Hittite before becoming David's queen. This connection, though rarely mentioned openly, gave people from Benjamin a subtle claim to the new king's lineage. Following the passing of David, Solomon solidified his position on the throne by taking firm, strategic measures. He had Joab put to death for killings committed in the past and sent Abiathar the priest into exile. Both had thrown their support behind Adonijah. Shimei the Benjaminite, who had cursed David earlier, violated the conditions of his confinement to his residence. Solomon commanded his execution too. Still, these calculated eliminations of potential dangers demonstrated moderation when compared to the widespread massacres typically seen when fresh monarchs assumed control in neighboring lands. Once stability was achieved, Solomon shifted his focus to leadership. This king, unlike his father who had been a warrior, placed wisdom higher than strength in battle. God came to him in a dream, offering whatever gift he desired. And Solomon asked for a discerning heart to lead your people and to tell right from wrong. God was pleased by this request and gave him wisdom without equal, alongside wealth and recognition. The renowned judgment Solomon made regarding two women both claiming the same infant showed this heaven-sent gift in action. When he commanded the child be divided in half, with each woman receiving a portion, the real mother's distressed outcry made her identity clear. Word of this wisdom traveled across Benjamin and farther still, drawing growing crowds of people wanting the king's counsel in their disagreements. During Solomon's reign, Benjamin discovered fresh avenues toward abundance. Their advantageous position between Jerusalem and the tribes to the north placed them ideally for commerce. Solomon's enormous construction undertakings needed talented artisans and workers. Many came from Benjamin's settlements. Being close to the capital meant royal administrators frequently came from their population, weaving them into the governing structure in spite of their previous ties to Saul's dynasty. Solomon's diplomatic marriages with nations around them created fresh markets for Benjaminite traders. The king's extraordinary era of peace enabled secure passage on roads that had formerly been infested with thieves. Money from taxes funded enhancements, helping every tribe, including water management systems and defensive structures that improved Benjamin's farm production and safety. When Solomon divided the nation into 12 administrative regions for collecting taxes and labor, he displayed political astuteness by avoiding strict adherence to tribal borders. Benjamin ended up split. Certain clans were grouped with territories to the north, while others combined with zones surrounding Jerusalem. Though tribal leaders initially found this worrying, the system actually lessened tribal friction by establishing overlapping allegiances. The king's fabled riches came partially from his oversight of trade passages running through Benjamin's land. Merchant caravans from Egypt, Arabia, and Mesopotamia journeyed along roads winding through Benjaminite territories, carrying unusual merchandise and concepts, along with revenue from taxes. Communities, once centered entirely on agriculture, became thriving marketplace towns, where numerous tongues could be heard in crowded public areas. Not everyone embraced these transformations. Traditional-minded Benjaminites complained that prosperity ushered in ethical corruption. Outside influences put ancient customs at risk, and Solomon's substantial taxes and labor requirements placed strains on regular households. In hushed sections of village assemblies, some murmured that their tribe had fared better during Saul's less complicated leadership. Still, most acknowledged that Solomon's prosperous period presented possibilities previously beyond imagination. Young Benjaminites could now work in the royal palace, enter the expanding merchant sector, or master specialized trades required for the temple endeavor. Their tribe might no longer hold power, but they could flourish within a unified Israel, whose magnificence now extended beyond anything their forefathers had witnessed. As Solomon established his authority, Benjamin discovered how to navigate this fresh circumstance, respecting their history while welcoming a future influenced by David's son instead of Saul's. Their flexibility would prove valuable in the years ahead, because underneath the sparkling exterior of Solomon's peace, strains bubbled that would ultimately rip the kingdom into pieces. Solomon's Temple, a tribe's lasting mark. Early sunlight washed over Jerusalem's eastern slope as thousands assembled for a moment without precedent. Solomon positioned himself before the enormous temple building, its limestone surfaces and cedar timbers shining in the sunrise. Following 7 years of building work, the house of God stood finished, a marvel exceeding anything Israel had known previously. For Benjamin's tribe, this event held particular importance. The temple rose on ground, once partly within their boundaries. Mount Moriah, where David had constructed an altar to stop the plague. Now this location would permanently contain the Ark of the Covenant and function as the nation's spiritual hub. Though Solomon governed from David's lineage, the temple itself represented Benjamin's foothold in Israel's days to come. Building had reshaped Jerusalem and the surrounding Benjaminite regions. Cedar forests floated down from Lebanon. Stone quarried from northern sites traveled dusty pathways, and bronze cast in Jordan Valley, clay forms made its journey to the sacred city. Expert craftsmen from Tyre labored beside Israelite workers, including numerous Benjaminites whose nearness to the construction location made them natural contributors. The particulars of this splendid building overwhelmed the faculties. Two enormous bronze columns, called Jachin and Boaz, stood at the entrance. Within, cedar boards carved with blossoms and palm designs covered stone surfaces, while pure gold covered the inner sanctuary. An enormous bronze container called the Sea sat on 12 bronze oxen, with 10 smaller containers on wheels for cleansing sacrifices. When the dedication ceremony commenced, priests transported the Ark of the Covenant from its provisional home in the city of David up to the Temple Mount. Levites, dressed in white, many from Benjamin's households, performed songs with cymbals, harps, and lyres. When the Ark arrived at the Holy of Holies, something remarkable took place. The cloud of God's glory saturated the temple so thoroughly that priests couldn't carry on with their duties. Solomon extended his hands skyward and offered words that resonated across the hushed assembly. But will God truly live on earth? The heavens, even the highest heaven, cannot hold you. How much less this temple I have constructed? He requested not that God be confined to this location, but that divine focus would center here whenever people prayed toward it, whether in blessing or hardship. For 7 days, the dedication proceeded with celebration and offerings beyond measure. People from each tribe, Benjamin notably among them, filled Jerusalem's streets, enjoying meals and conversations while staring in amazement at the temple that would shape their national character for generations. After the festivities concluded and guests went home, Benjaminite communities hummed with reports from those who had seen the dedication. Elders assembled young people to clarify how this magnificent building linked to their tribal past. From Jacob's blessing of Benjamin to Saul's leadership to David's acquisition of the threshing floor that became the Temple Mount. The temple altered everyday existence throughout Benjamin's region. 3 times each year, households traveled to Jerusalem for significant festivals, converting quiet Benjaminite paths into active pilgrim passages. Local economies adapted to assist these travelers with provisions, shelter, and animals for sacrifice. Communities once concentrated exclusively on farming became stopping points for the devout. For Benjaminite Levites, the temple presented opportunities without precedent for ministry. Solomon arranged 24 groups of priests and performers to keep constant worship going. Many from Benjamin's clans discovered their life's calling performing in temple choirs, protecting sacred areas, or helping with offerings. Their link to this holy location helped mend old injuries left by the tribe's loss of political authority. Not all accepted these shifts. Some conventional Benjaminites feared that concentrating worship in Jerusalem reduced the significance of neighborhood sacred locations where they had met God for generations. Others questioned the massive wealth placed in gold and valuable materials when regular households struggled with Solomon's heavy taxation. Still, most recognized something deep in this fresh arrangement. The temple gave all Israel, no matter their tribal background, equal opportunity to reach God's presence. A shepherd from Benjamin could stand next to a merchant from Judah or a farmer from Ephraim, all facing the identical bronze altar, all observing the identical sacred smoke ascending toward heaven. Perhaps most meaningful for Benjamin was how the temple changed their connection with the monarchy. Though David's descendants controlled the throne, the temple stood partially on Benjaminite ground, a lasting reminder of their vital position in Israel's narrative. Political authority might change and diminish, but this sacred location anchored their character to something going beyond tribal politics. As years went by, the splendor of Solomon's temple became Benjamin's collective heritage, not as a defeated people who had lost direction, but as protectors of holy territory where heaven met earth. Their soldiers, who once battled for Saul's kingdom, now safeguarded pilgrim routes. Their artisans, who might have decorated a Benjaminite palace, now preserved sacred objects. Their performers, who could have celebrated tribal wins, now presented psalms of worship going beyond all separations. In this change lay Benjamin's greatest power, the capacity to discover fresh purpose when old aspirations faded. The tribe that almost disappeared after Gibeah and lost its royal dynasty with Saul now fastened its character to something more lasting than political control. As Solomon's prosperous reign climbed to its peak, the temple stood as Benjamin's living heritage, their distinctive contribution to Israel's developing narrative. The separated kingdom. Solomon's passing brought the moment many had quietly dreaded. His son Rehoboam journeyed to Shechem for his coronation, meeting a people exhausted from excessive taxation and compulsory labor. When representatives from the north, headed by Jeroboam, asked for lighter obligations, the fresh king disastrously ignored his elders' guidance. "My father made your burden heavy. I will make it heavier still. My father punished you with whips. I will punish you with scorpions." The response from the northern tribes mirrored Sheba's previous uprising. "What portion do we possess in David? We have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. To your tents, Israel, and look after your own house, David." The unified kingdom Solomon had governed broke like a pottery vessel, splitting along fracture lines that had existed since tribal times. For Benjamin, this break presented a painful dilemma. Geographically, they occupied ground directly between the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. Their territories bordered Jerusalem, now capital of the reduced southern realm. Still, their historical links often pulled northward. Which direction should they take? The question split households and communities. Some Benjaminites remembered their relationship with Joseph's tribes through their common mother Rachel, contending they fit with the north. Others indicated decades of incorporation with Jerusalem's economic and religious existence, making separation impractical. The tribe stood literally and symbolically trapped between two realities. Rehoboam, understanding Benjamin's tactical value, moved decisively to guarantee their faithfulness. He constructed or reinforced defenses throughout Benjaminite land. Cities like Geba, Mizpah, and Gibeon became southern fortifications against northern hostility. These military expenditures brought employment and security that helped influence many toward Judah's direction. Even more persuasive was Jerusalem's attraction. The temple, partially on Benjaminite territory, had become fundamental to their spiritual character. Jeroboam. Worrying pilgrimages would weaken northern faithfulness, created competing worship locations at Dan and Bethel with golden calves as divine representations. For many Benjaminites, this disturbing reminder of Israel's wilderness transgression resolved the matter. They would stay with Judah and the temple. Still, the separation cut through Benjamin's core, not around it. Northern clans ended up under Jeroboam's authority, while southern sections aligned with Rehoboam. Households, separated by only a few miles, now existed in separate kingdoms with strengthening borders. Trade paths that once linked Benjaminite communities became international crossings, requiring levies and examinations. This agonizing reality converted Benjamin's land into a continuous combat zone. When Egypt's pharaoh Shishak invaded during Rehoboam's 5th year, his forces swept through Benjamin's settlements before assaulting Jerusalem. Subsequent conflicts between north and south frequently centered on border areas, where Benjaminite populations endured repeated devastation and reconstruction. Across time, the tribe's character slowly blended with Judah's, though never entirely. Benjaminites kept awareness of their separate legacy while participating completely in the southern kingdom's existence. Their soldiers protected Jerusalem's barriers. Their farmers fed the capital's commerce, and their craftsmen kept the temple's magnificence. Multiple later monarchs of Judah, including Jehoshaphat, married wives from Benjamin's important households, further connecting the tribes. Still, traces of separation persisted. When prophets emerged condemning Judah's transgressions, some Benjaminites recalled their distinct beginnings and questioned whether joining the southern kingdom had been sensible. During intervals when northern Israel briefly thrived under kings like Jeroboam II, border populations sometimes pondered which direction provided better security and possibility. This position in the center, geographically, politically, and emotionally, influenced Benjamin's nature for generations. They became specialists at managing competing faithfulness, handling difficult boundaries, and discovering possibility in demanding situations. Having endured near elimination after Gibeah and political deterioration after Saul, they now adjusted to separation by accepting their function as connections between Israel's broken sections. When outside dangers appeared more significant than internal competitions, Benjamin's border location made them advance warning guards for Jerusalem. Their watchers on northern peaks could detect advancing forces days before they arrived at the capital. This defensive function gave them honored position in Judah's protective approach and renewed meaning despite their reduced political standing. As years advanced and prophets cautioned of approaching judgment for both kingdoms' idolatry, Benjamin's split experience provided viewpoint. They had witnessed how rapidly human establishments could fall apart. Their past taught difficult lessons about holding too firmly to tribal character at the cost of deeper principles. These understandings would prove essential in the challenging centuries coming, when both kingdoms would collapse and fresh forms of endurance would be necessary. The northern danger. Benjamin facing attack. The gentle brightness of sunrise moved over Benjamin's peaks, showing watchers examining the skyline with exhausted eyes. For them, dawn signified another day of anticipating northern forces to emerge. Their tribe sat pressed between two quarreling brothers, Israel to the north and Judah to the south, a dangerous location that delivered little tranquility. Jeroboam, the clever, fresh king of the northern territory, understood Benjamin's significance. Their ground connected essential trade passages and controlled tactical passes that forces required. Beyond this, Benjamin's communities stood as the initial defensive barrier for Jerusalem. If he could persuade them to his direction, Judah would forfeit its cushion against assault. So his effort of whispers and commitments began. His emissaries slipped into Benjaminite settlements under darkness, discussing common past and presenting riches for loyalty. Remember, they would state, most of your territory sits north of Jerusalem. Your destiny connects more naturally to ours than to Judah's. Certain households hesitated, attracted by these statements. The tribe had never completely accepted David's dynasty, not after what occurred to Saul's household. Old injuries festered under the exterior, making Jeroboam's proposals tempting to those who still held resentments. But King Rehoboam of Judah handled his own strategy effectively. The temple exists within your boundaries, his priests told the Benjaminites. Would you abandon God's dwelling location, the inheritance your hands assisted in building? These statements struck deeply, particularly among the faithful who viewed the temple as their tribe's greatest accomplishment. The battle for Benjamin's allegiance converted their farmland into combat zones. Northern forces pushed southward repeatedly, destroying communities and harvests. Ramah, merely 5 miles from Jerusalem, switched control 7 times in a single year by itself. Households abandoned their residences as soldiers trampled their carefully maintained vines and olive orchards. Mizpah, once a location of serious assemblies, became a fortress. Watchers remained day and night on its historic barriers, searching for dust formations that signified approaching forces. Young ones grew up knowing which caves provided the finest protection when alert horns echoed across the peaks. Through these shadowy years, most Benjaminites remained with Judah, though not without price. Their faithfulness meant their territories bled initially when conflict arrived. Their sons perished, protecting peaks that larger tribes accepted without thought. Their daughters transported water to depleted defenders and wrapped wounds after each confrontation. The northern danger molded Benjamin into something fresh. No longer simply farmers and artisans, but a tribe of border protectors and guards. Young ones studied sword techniques alongside sheep care. Women examined healing plants while keeping blades concealed in their garments. Every community became a possible stronghold. Every peak a surveillance location. And through everything, the accounts of their forefathers sustained them. "We endured near elimination once," elders would tell the youth. "We survived the shadow at Rimmons Rock. We can weather this tempest too." These narratives, transmitted through firelight and murmurs, maintained hope, living through the longest attacks. Year after year, the strain persisted. Benjamin bent but never shattered, maintaining its position against the bigger northern powers. Their stubborn protection of Jerusalem's northern route became famous among all the tribes. What they lacked in population, they compensated for in intense resolve and close familiarity with every peak and ravine of their homeland. This was Benjamin's greatest moment since the times of Saul. Not as victors, but as defenders. The smallest tribe had become Judah's barrier, its communities forming a living barrier against which the northern kingdom crashed repeatedly like surges against rock. Asa and the Ethiopian assault. King Asa of Judah positioned himself on Jerusalem's barriers, vision fixed on the southern skyline where dust formations swirled. Information had arrived to him days earlier. An Ethiopian force immense beyond measurement approached, commanded by Zerah, who declared he would pulverize Judah under his feet. Among the worried faces encircling the king stood multiple Benjaminite elders, their looks serious yet determined. "Your tribe has bled sufficiently protecting our northern territories," Asa informed them. "Perhaps you should preserve your men this battle." The eldest among them advanced, his facial hair white as winter ice. "Benjamin stands with Judah," he stated plainly. "Our destinies joined long past." That evening, as campfires from the Ethiopian host illuminated the southern flatlands like dropped stars, messengers raced through Benjamin's settlements. Men kissed spouses and young ones farewell, collected spears and shields, and marched toward the valley of Zephathah, where Asa intended to establish his position. By sunrise, Benjaminite archers constituted the right side of Judah's smaller contingent. Despite confronting a force twice their magnitude with chariots and horsemen beyond measure, they remained steady. King Asa guided them in supplication before the conflict, his voice traveling across the silent formations. "Lord, it makes no distinction to you to assist those with many or those with no strength. Help us, Lord our God, for we depend on you." When the Ethiopians attacked, they encountered surprising opposition. The men of Benjamin, experienced from innumerable border conflicts, released arrows with lethal precision, focusing on chariot operators to generate disorder in the enemy formations. Their celebrated left-handed sling-wielders struck down commanders from impossible ranges. The conflict raged from early light until the sun suspended low in the western sky. Against all predictions, the current reversed. Ethiopian arrangements collapsed, their withdrawal becoming a complete rout. Judah's force chased them completely to Gerar, seizing plunder beyond calculation. In victory's aftermath, Benjamin discovered fresh regard among the southern tribes. For generations they had been regarded with doubt, their faithfulness questioned due to old disagreements. Now they had demonstrated themselves on the combat field, standing side by side with Judah against overwhelming probabilities. King Asa utilized the reprieve this victory supplied to reinforce Benjamin's protections. He strengthened Geba and Mizpah, using resources acquired from Ramah, reshaping them into impressive strongholds. These cities constituted a protective barrier, securing Jerusalem's northern route. For the initial time in decades, Benjaminite farmers could care for farmland without perpetually observing the skyline. A spiritual awakening followed these military achievements. Asa eliminated outside altars and re-established proper worship throughout the territory. Benjaminites who had experimented with northern religious customs returned to the temple. Grand processions wound their path up to Jerusalem for celebrations, with Benjamin's performers guiding the melodies. This interval brought wealth as well. Trade passages reopened, delivering merchandise from Egypt and Arabia through Benjamin's settlements. Craftsmen prospered, especially those talented in metalwork, a Benjaminite expertise since historic times. Their bronze containers and iron implements became valued throughout the area. For nearly 20 years, tranquility settled over Benjamin's peaks. Young ones grew up hearing narratives of conflict rather than experiencing its terrors directly. Elderly veterans who had protected their territories since the kingdom divided could finally relax their weary frames, observing grandchildren engage in village centers without dread. Still, prudent elders reminded the youth not to become overconfident. Peace is a gentle brook that can evaporate without alert, they advised. Keep your blades sharp and your spirits ready. They communicated truth, for beyond the skyline, fresh dangers assembled. Assyria ascended in the remote north, its forces conquering nation after nation. Nearer to home, Israel and Syria established an alliance against Judah that would soon challenge Benjamin's protections once more. The respite Asa delivered was valuable, but temporary, a calm moment between tempests. Still, this prosperous period under Asa left its impression on Benjamin's nature. They had demonstrated themselves not simply as intense soldiers, but as devoted adherents to the covenant. Their character strengthened through these trials, more separate from the northern tribes who had selected a distinct direction. In village assemblies, melodies praised not simply historic heroes, but recent wins. Young ones pretended at being Ethiopian attackers and Benjaminite protectors. For a tribe long eclipsed by bigger neighbors, these years of standing elevated alongside Judah mended old injuries and cultivated fresh pride. The prophetic cautions. Benjamin's future ahead. Rain dropped gently on Jerusalem's temple as Jeremiah the prophet positioned himself in its outer courtyard. Assembled before him, a gathering of Benjaminites listened with increasing worry. Their residences lay immediately north of the holy city, directly in the route of any invasion from Babylon. When prophets discussed approaching judgment, Benjamin's people sensed the shadow of those statements more intensely than most. "Go now to my location that was in Shiloh," Jeremiah's voice rang forth, "and witness what I did to it due to the wickedness of my people Israel. Will I not do to this house which carries my name what I did to Shiloh?" These statements cut profoundly. Many remembered how Shiloh, once residence to the sacred ark, had been obliterated generations before. If God would permit his temple to experience the identical destiny, what expectation remained for their exposed settlements? Jeremiah wasn't the sole prophet walking Benjamin's dusty pathways. Isaiah had articulated earlier of a time when the Assyrian will collapse by a blade not of man. His statements presented expectation blended with caution. Deliverance would arrive, but only following great anguish. Micah had predicted that Jerusalem would become a mound of debris. Since Benjamin's destiny intertwined with the holy cities, such visions spelled catastrophe for their tribe as well. In village centers and household assemblies, these predictions sparked intense discussions. Some rejected the cautions as the ravings of disturbed individuals. God would never desert his temple, they maintained. Jerusalem stands secured by divine commitment. Others absorbed the statement seriously, particularly those who had observed the spiritual deterioration spreading throughout the territory. Outside gods now possessed altars in Benjamin's elevated locations. Sacred prostitution, child offering, and corruption had established roots even among those who should have recognized better. A Benjaminite elder named Shemaiah gained recognition during this period. Having examined historic scrolls and predictions, he journeyed between communities, urging repentance. "Remember our past," he would state. "Once previously, our tribe confronted elimination because we shielded wrongdoers in Gibeah. Do we select that route again?" His statements stirred many spirits, especially among households who kept the old customs. Small assemblies began gathering at twilight to examine the Torah and restore their dedication to the covenant. They identified themselves as the remnant, believing they would transport Benjamin's inheritance through the approaching shadow. Meanwhile, beyond their territories, the world transformed dangerously. Assyria's strength diminished as Babylon ascended to dominance under Nebuchadnezzar. Egypt and Babylon fought for regional control, with Judah captured between these giants like grain between grindstones. Jeremiah continued his cautions, now with particular directions for Benjamin. Escape from Jerusalem. Blow the horn in Tekoa. Raise the signal over Beth Haccherem, for catastrophe looms from the north and terrible devastation. Tekoa and Beth Haccherem, both Benjaminite locations, were situated to initially detect advancing forces. The prophet's statements positioned on them the serious responsibility of alerting Jerusalem when Babylon finally marched southward. Some households heeded these cautions, selling their properties and relocating to distant peaks or even departing for Egypt. Others intensified defensive arrangements, strengthening barriers and accumulating provisions. Most simply carried on daily existence while anxiety expanded beneath the exterior, planting farmland they might never gather, raising young ones whose future appeared increasingly uncertain. In the capital, King Jehoiakim rejected the prophet's guidance, selecting instead to resist against Babylon and coordinate with Egypt. Political groups emerged within Benjamin, some supporting the king's opposition, while others urged submission to Babylon, as Jeremiah recommended. Communities that had stood unified against northern dangers now found themselves separated from within. Through these strained years, Benjaminite scribes maintained the prophet's statements on scrolls, perceiving their historical significance. They documented not simply cautions, but also commitments that glimmered like remote stars in a shadowy atmosphere. Statements about restoration and return, about a time when God would restore the captives of Jacob's tents. Concealed within Jeremiah's stark cautions lay seeds of expectation. "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to advance you and not to injure you, plans to give you expectation and a future." These statements passed from mouth to ear throughout Benjamin's locations, sustaining spirits as storm formations assembled. As the years advanced and predictions began manifesting in frightening methods, Benjamin's nature as a tribe reshaped once more. The soldiers who had protected territories became seekers of deeper understanding, attempting to perceive divine patterns in developing events. Their celebrated pragmatism now blended with a mystical tendency. They became gatherers of predictions, observers of indicators, preparers for displacement. And all the while, the shadow from the north expanded longer, extending toward their exposed peaks as Babylon's forces drew ever nearer to completing the prophet's terrible warnings. The ascent of Babylon. Catastrophe nears. The initial whispers arrived at Benjamin's communities like remote thunder. Accounts of a fresh king in Babylon whose desires stretched across the known realm. Nebuchadnezzar, offspring of Nabopolassar, had crushed Egyptian powers at Carchemish, altering the balance of authority throughout the area. For common people caring for farmland and orchards in Benjamin's rolling peaks, such remote conflicts signified little initially. Before long, that would shift. One cool autumn dawn, unusual dust formations emerged on the northern skyline. By evening, refugees from destroyed settlements brought horrifying information. Babylonian scouts had penetrated into Judah's land. What the prophets had cautioned about for years was now developing before their vision. King Jehoiakim of Judah, having resisted against Babylonian control, discovered too late the price of his opposition. Nebuchadnezzar's reaction was rapid and deliberate. Rather than instantly besieging Jerusalem, his powers methodically focused on the surrounding areas initially, and Benjamin carried the burden of this approach. Anathoth, birthplace of Jeremiah, collapsed within days. Its stone residences, standing for centuries, fell under Babylonian attack mechanisms. Households who fled brought disturbing accounts to neighboring communities of soldiers, gathering talented craftsmen and young nobles, securing them in chains for the extended march to Babylon. Among those captured in this initial surge was a young priest named Ezekiel, barely 20 years old. His sharp intellect and religious preparation made him valuable to the conquerors who aimed to incorporate select captives into Babylonian civilization. Households observed helplessly as their brightest youth disappeared over the northern peaks, unlikely to ever come back. Bethel, once a hub of worship since Patriarch Jacob's era, became a Babylonian station. Soldiers established camps among its sacred stones, their outside languages and gods, a harsh irony in this location where heaven and earth had supposedly connected. From this tactical location, they initiated raids deeper into Benjamin's land, collecting resources and shattering the people's determination to oppose. In Jerusalem, King Jehoiakim finally yielded to Babylon's power. Nebuchadnezzar required a substantial tribute, including temple valuables and royal prisoners. Among these initial captives were members of Benjamin's leading households. Young men of noble ancestry selected for their intelligence and manner. Daniel and his companions, whose devotion would later become famous, started their journey into displacement during these shadowy times. For those who stayed in Benjamin's settlements, existence transformed dramatically. Substantial taxation emptied their storage facilities bare. Babylonian administrators performed regular population counts, recording every capable worker and potential soldier. Farmland lay inactive, as farmers were drafted for construction endeavors or military assistance. The burden of outside occupation pressed downward like an invisible burden. Still, human toughness shows most evidently in such periods. Concealed from Babylonian vision, village elders maintained sacred documents, burying scrolls in clay containers or hiding them in cave networks that honeycomb Benjamin's limestone peaks. Young ones studied Torah sections by moonlight, their murmurs barely detectable beyond household circles. Women transmitted traditional melodies and customs through daily activities, guaranteeing cultural threads stayed unbroken. When King Jehoiakim unwisely resisted again, Nebuchadnezzar's tolerance concluded. The second surge of Babylonian powers struck with deliberate intensity. This time, their objective was evident: Jerusalem itself. To arrive at it, they would initially need to secure Benjamin's tactical passages and strengthened settlements. Gibeon collapsed after a 3-day attack, its celebrated pool flowing crimson with defenders' blood. Ramah yielded without resistance, its inhabitants selecting survival over certain devastation. Mizpah, with its commanding perspective of surrounding lands, became a Babylonian military center. The irony lost on none, as this was where Israel had once assembled to organize conflict against Benjamin generations before. By the moment Babylonian powers encircled Jerusalem, Benjamin's land lay in devastation. Smoke ascended from burned communities. Historic olive orchards, some dating back centuries, had been felled for attack equipment and fuel. Terrace farmland, cultivated by generations, lay trampled and deserted. Inside the capital, young King Jehoiachin rapidly understood the futility of opposition. After barely 3 months on the throne, he yielded to Nebuchadnezzar. The Babylonian king's conditions proved severe. Another enormous deportation of nobles, craftsmen, priests, and soldiers. Nearly 10,000 of Judah's most valuable residents started the extended journey eastward, including more Benjaminite households. Zedekiah, placed as a puppet king by Babylon, observed helplessly as his kingdom contracted to little more than Jerusalem and its immediate vicinity. Benjamin's land now effectively functioned as a Babylonian military region, its remaining communities subject to the desires of outside commanders. For those Benjaminites already in displacement, a strange reshaping started. Established in populations along Babylon's waterways, they held intensely to their character. Their celebrated flexibility, the trait that had assisted them endure as a buffer tribe for generations, now aided them effectively in outside territories. They acquired fresh languages and abilities while keeping private commitment to their God. Back in their homeland, the remnant who had escaped deportation existed in a strange, suspended state. With their leaders absent and sacred locations violated, they moved like shadows through a landscape they barely recognized. Old tribal territories signified little under Babylonian authority. Benjaminites and Judahites now experienced the identical destiny, their historic competitions fading against greater worries. As Zedekiah's reign advanced, expectation briefly sparkled when Egypt demonstrated interest in challenging Babylonian control. False prophets circulated through Benjamin's broken communities, committing imminent freedom against Jeremiah's explicit cautions. Zedekiah ultimately yielded to these murmurs and resisted. The reaction from Babylon would deliver the concluding chapter of devastation, one that would scar the territory for generations ahead. The collapse of Jerusalem. Benjamin in devastation. Dawn emerged over Jerusalem's barriers as depleted defenders peered toward the eastern peaks. For 18 months, Nebuchadnezzar's powers had suffocated the city like a gradually constricting loop. Now, in the burning summer heat of 586 BCE, the conclusion seemed near. Among these desperate combatants stood the final of Benjamin's soldiers, their residences already ash and debris beyond the city's northern entrances. In Benjamin's once flourishing communities, only the elderly, sick, and very young stayed. From concealed caves and distant hilltops, they observed as attack mechanisms moved into final arrangement. The great forests that once blanketed their tribal territories had been removed bare, the timber utilized for Babylonian conflict machines. Farmland that should have ripened with barley and wheat lay trampled and sterile. Inside Jerusalem's barriers, starvation had accomplished what Babylonian weapons could not. People fell in streets too feeble to bury their deceased. Water, strictly allocated, tasted of hopelessness. Mothers with hollow vision cradled silent infants, unable to produce milk. The terrors, Jeremiah predicted, had arrived to fulfillment. In the most shadowy sections, the unimaginable occurred as hunger forced some to unspeakable actions. On a moonless evening in early summer, King Zedekiah made his desperate attempt. With a small group of combatants, many from Benjamin's tribe, known for their nighttime combat abilities, he slipped through a small entrance near the king's garden, expecting to arrive at the Jordan Valley. For a brief moment, liberty seemed possible, but Babylonian scouts detected them in the flatlands near Jericho. The king, who had disregarded prophetic cautions, now confronted their completion. Brought before Nebuchadnezzar at Riblah, Zedekiah observed his sons killed before his vision. It became the final thing he would ever witness. Blinded and secured, he started the extended journey to Babylon, destroyed. A living representation of divine judgment. Back in Jerusalem, Nebuzaradan, commander of Nebuchadnezzar's imperial guard, executed his king's concluding resolution. The temple, standing for over 4 centuries as the spiritual core of Israel, burned for 3 days. Its sacred containers, those not already captured in earlier attacks, disappeared into Babylon's treasury. Golden cherubim that had observed generations of supplications now rode in conquerors' vehicles heading eastward. From their concealing locations throughout Benjamin's peaks, survivors observed Jerusalem's devastation with sight. The smoke column ascending from the Temple Mount could be witnessed for miles, a funeral marker for their way of existence. When the flames finally expired, Babylonian soldiers methodically took apart the city barriers, guaranteeing Jerusalem could never again function as a fortress of resistance. The psychological impact ran deeper than any physical devastation. Since Solomon's era, Benjamin had characterized itself partially through nearness to the temple. Their land contained sacred locations where heaven and earth connected. Now, with holy locations violated and sacred ceremonies impossible to conduct, an existential inquiry emerged. Could they stay God's people without the visible representations of His presence? Across Benjamin's landscape, devastation was not random but deliberate. Anything with military worth, barriers, towers, stone structures, was methodically demolished. Fruit plants that required decades to develop were felled, guaranteeing the territory could not easily sustain resistance. Wells were filled with wreckage, cisterns shattered. This was not mere conquest, but intentional erasure. Still, even in this bleakest moment, seeds of toughness took root. As Babylonian deportation administrators gathered up the final valuable captives, craftspeople, scribes, remaining nobles, they overlooked the rural destitute. These forgotten ones, considered worthless by empire standards, would become the surprising caretakers of the territory. Mizpah, once a Benjaminite stronghold, became the administrative hub for what stayed of Judah under Gedaliah, a governor designated by Babylon. Some Benjaminites cautiously emerged from concealment, attracted by his reasonable policies and Jeremiah's endorsement of cooperation with Babylon as the route to survival. For a brief moment, expectation sparkled. Farmers started clearing farmland. Markets reopened with meager merchandise. Young ones engaged again in the shadows of devastated settlements. Gedaliah's pragmatic leadership presented a vision of existence continuing, albeit under outside authority. This delicate tranquility broke when nationalists killed Gedaliah, triggering severe Babylonian retaliations and a concluding surge of deportations. Dreading collective punishment, many remaining Benjaminites escaped to Egypt against Jeremiah's guidance, carrying the elderly prophet with them against his determination. The territory dropped eerily silent. Communities that had bustled with existence for centuries stood deserted, their stones gradually reclaimed by creeping vines and persistent roots. Wild creatures wandered through former streets and marketplaces. Jackals howled from temple devastation, completing prophetic cautions with chilling exactness. Still, not all departed. In distant valleys and concealed caves, some Benjaminites stayed, becoming virtually invisible to keep their uncertain existence. These overlooked survivors, too destitute to deport, too insignificant to count, maintained ancestral links to the territory through shadowy years. Meanwhile, in Babylon, deported Benjaminites confronted their own battles. Initially established along irrigation waterways south of the great city, they faced fundamental inquiries about devotion and character. Could they worship without a temple? Was God still with them in this outside territory? Did their covenant still stand after such complete defeat? From this crisis of significance emerged fresh forms of religious custom. Without temple offerings, supplication and scripture examination gained prominence. Synagogue assemblies started, centered around Torah reading and remembrance. The characterizing elements of later Judaism took form in these displacement populations, born from necessity but developing into custom. Some Benjaminites discovered unexpected possibilities in Babylon. Their tribe had always included gifted administrators and craftspeople. These abilities proved valuable in the empire's bureaucracy and workshops. Gradually, Certain households established themselves in Babylonian civilization while keeping their separate character, a delicate balance that would characterize Jewish diaspora populations for centuries ahead. As decades went by, the initial generation born in displacement grew up with only narratives of Jerusalem. For them, Benjamin's peaks existed only in grandparents' accounts told on festival evenings. They communicated Aramaic more fluently than Hebrew, knew Babylonian streets better than ancestral routes. Still, something persistent stayed. A longing for return, a sense of belonging elsewhere, despite never having witnessed that promised territory. Throughout these shadowy years, prophetic voices presented unexpected comfort. Ezekiel's strange visions discussed divine presence that moved with the displaced rather than staying fixed to temple geography. Isaiah's soaring poetry committed restoration and return. These statements, copied and distributed among displacement populations, maintained expectation living when physical evidence suggested only defeat. In the ashes of devastation, seeds of something fresh took root. A devotion that could endure without territory, temple, or king. Benjamin's people, scattered but unshattered, transported these seeds through their most shadowy night. Displacement and hopelessness. The Benjaminite remnant. 50 years went by like a slow-flowing river. Along Babylon's bustling waterways, Benjaminite displaced persons constructed existences they never desired, but gradually came to accept. Their mud-brick residences, gathered in neighborhoods that mimicked hometown arrangements, stood as humble monuments to memory and expectation. Young ones, born under Mesopotamian stars, developed into adults who had never witnessed Jerusalem's peaks. For the initial generation of displaced persons, adjustment proved brutal, mocked by their captors. "Sing us one of the melodies of Zion." They suspended harps on willow branches and refused to conduct sacred music for entertainment. Some older captives simply withered, their spirits shattered by temple memories, too agonizing to carry in outside territories. Others clutched firmly to ritual observances, discovering in Sabbath and dietary regulations a portable character that required no homeland. Young Daniel, captured in the initial deportation, ascended improbably through Babylon's civil administration. His Benjaminite background, coming from a tribe talented at handling between bigger authorities, aided him effectively in court politics. When his celebrated understanding saved the Judean population from devastation during Nebuchadnezzar's madness, he became a living representation that God had not deserted his people, even in displacement. Back in the destroyed homeland, existence carried on for those who stayed. In Benjamin's land, small gatherings of households gradually reclaimed devastation, planting between fallen stones and sleeping in caves near ancestral farmland. Their destitution became security. Having nothing worth capturing, they confronted less harassment from passing forces and administrators. Over decades, tiny locations expanded around water sources, their inhabitants officially invisible in imperial documentation. Within both populations, displaced and remnant, leaders emerged who assisted forge fresh understandings of historic devotion. In the absence of temple sacrifice, prayer took on fresh significance. Household fathers became priests within their homes, transmitting traditions to their children through evening instruction. Women maintained domestic ceremonies and dietary practices that kept cultural identity distinct in unfamiliar lands. The displacement demanded deep theological reflection. How were they to make sense of their catastrophic national collapse? Some reached the conclusion that their hardships arrived as punishment from the divine for breaking covenant promises. Others proposed more layered understandings. Maybe God was operating through foreign empires toward goals they couldn't perceive yet. These discussions, frequently intense, took place in dwellings and meeting spaces across the Babylonian scattered communities. Within the second generation, new struggles surfaced. Youth brought into the world in Babylon possessed no direct recollection of Jerusalem, yet they internalized their parents' yearning. Some adopted this passed-down homesickness, dedicating themselves to a future return they could barely envision. Others gravitated toward Babylonian customs, discovering possibilities in commerce, craftsmanship, and governmental service that their parents had originally opposed. The friction between absorption and conservation marked community limits. Basic questions held tremendous significance. Should they acquire Akkadian script? Were they permitted to labor in establishments selling provisions to idol sanctuaries? Could their offspring befriend Babylonian children living nearby? Individual families charted these waters in their own ways, producing varied manifestations of Benjaminite character. The tribe's renowned flexibility became vital throughout these years. Having long experienced dwelling between rival powers, Benjaminites adapted more easily than certain others to their intermediate position as foreign residents. Their conventional abilities in metalworking, fabric manufacturing, and military planning discovered eager markets within the empire's demanding economy. Certain families attained moderate wealth while keeping private commitment to their inherited beliefs. When Persia emerged against Babylon, waves of transformation touched Jewish settlements throughout Mesopotamia. Daniel, advanced in years yet remaining powerful, read shifting political currents as providential action. His compositions from this time, mixing apocalyptic visions with historical examination, moved among exile settlements, presenting coded encouragement that freedom was approaching. Meanwhile, a young woman called Esther, tracing her ancestry to Benjaminite exiles according to certain accounts, discovered herself unexpectedly raised to Persia's royal household. Her bravery in disclosing her background to rescue her community from mass slaughter became storied, commemorated yearly in the festival of Purim. For exiles wondering whether God remained watchful over them, her account furnished compelling proof. Across these decades, dispersed Benjaminites preserved links through couriers and merchants journeying between Babylon and the ancestral territory. Messages wrapped within oiled fabric transported family updates, rabbinical rulings, and fragments of emerging sacred writings between settlements. These delicate paper connections guaranteed that the tribe, despite physical separation, stayed spiritually united. In the homeland remnant, existence focused progressively around personalities like the prophet Haggai, who guarded the flames of faith through shadowed years. Dwelling among Jerusalem's wreckage, these instructors cultivated a vision of renewal, extending past simple reconstruction. They articulated a coming temple surpassing Solomon's magnificence, a refreshed covenant that would reshape hearts beyond mere buildings. As Persian authority strengthened under Cyrus the Great, murmurs circulated through exile populations. The fresh emperor pursued a contrasting approach toward conquered populations than his Babylonian forerunners. Instead of compelled assimilation, he allowed, actually promoted, cultural and religious independence. For the first occasion in generations, homecoming from displacement appeared more than remote fantasy. When information arrived that Cyrus had released a proclamation specifically permitting Jews to journey back and reconstruct their temple, argument erupted throughout Benjaminite settlements. Some regarded this as prophetic promise fulfillment, a divine calling homeward. Others, having built existences in Mesopotamia, experienced tension between inherited loyalty and current security. The aging Daniel, having endured multiple imperial shifts, provided guidance to those struggling with this decision. Our community has lived through darker periods than this moment. Whether your path leads you forward or keeps you here, hold fast to your identity and your belonging. Divine intentions reveal themselves across generations, not merely our short lifespans. As arrangements commenced for the initial return expedition, Benjaminites confronted their most substantial decision since the kingdom's division centuries before. Would they hazard everything to reclaim hereditary territories now turned foreign and untamed? Or would they sustain exiled communities, protecting faith and custom distant from their covenanted homeland? The response, like the tribe's character, would demonstrate complexity and adaptability. Not one path or the other, but both paths together, Certain ones would venture as pathfinders, while others stayed to preserve networks of assistance and relationship. Neither decision signified complete faithfulness or abandonment, but instead different expressions of identical, enduring character. And thus, as Persian daybreak illuminated Babylon's ziggurats, caravans assembled on the eastern highways, packed with meticulously bundled scrolls, consecrated objects, and delicate aspirations. The initial returnees directed their faces toward Jerusalem, toward belonging. The homecoming under Cyrus presented a second opportunity. The caravan extended like a breathing ribbon traversing the wilderness, tracing ancient commercial pathways westward from Babylon. Close to 50,000 exiles had responded to the summons for return, with Benjaminites noticeably represented within their count. Cyrus the Persian, titled God's Anointed by Isaiah, had created an opening none believed achievable, the possibility to return home. Guiding this extraordinary exodus was Sheshbazzar, a Judean prince designated governor by Persian officials. Journeying alongside him, Benjaminite leaders transported sacred treasure, temple objects that had outlasted Nebuchadnezzar's plundering, now journeying to their proper location. These golden and silver items, wrapped thoroughly in linen, represented continuity, linking past and future, connecting what had vanished and what might still be recovered. The passage proved grueling. 4 months of movement through hostile landscape tested determination and belief. Youth born in Babylon confronted scenery completely alien to them. Unforgiving deserts, mountain crossings, unknown constellations. Elderly journeyers who had been transported into exile as youngsters now returned with descendants alongside them, finishing a cycle initiated in weeping. Not everyone selected return. Numerous Benjaminites established within Babylonian occupations and neighborhoods chose to stay behind. These remaining ones forwarded resources with those departing, contributions of gold, provisions, scrolls, and correspondence. Thus commenced the intricate connection between homeland and scattered community that would define Jewish existence for coming centuries. When the travelers ultimately reached the hill viewing Jerusalem, many collapsed to their knees. What confronted them was not the magnificent city recounted in grandparents' evening tales, but a desolate wreck. Walls toppled, dwellings fallen, the Temple Mount a wounded shadow of its previous majesty. The distance between remembrance and actuality struck like a bodily impact. Benjaminite families traveled north to hereditary lands, discovering overgrown devastation where settlements once flourished. Untamed vines choked ancient olive trees. Cisterns had fractured and accumulated rubble. Wolves made dens in collapsed dwellings. The labor ahead required more than sentimentality. It commanded back-breaking toil and obstinate hope. The returnees' initial priority involved constructing basic protection before winter's arrival. Uncomplicated stone dwellings arose among ancient ruins, frequently incorporating materials from destroyed buildings. Following came agricultural restoration, clearing plots, mending terraces, pruning long-abandoned fruit trees. The pattern of seasons, unaltered despite political upheavals, furnished structure to their renewed existence. By the subsequent spring, sufficient stability existed to tackle the primary task, reconstructing the temple. In a dignified ceremony upon Solomon's sanctuary ruins, priests in ceremonial vestments positioned the foundation stone. Horns blared, choirs performed ancient melodies, and the assembly responded with mingled sounds. Younger voices lifted in festivity, older ones in tears, recalling what formerly stood there. This emotional foundation placement indicated only the start of a troubled process. Local inhabitants who had relocated into vacant territories during the exile now viewed returnees with distrust and antagonism. These people of the land, some distantly connected to northern Israelite tribes, followed a religion mixing Yahweh veneration with alternative traditions. They first presented to assist with temple building, but their help was decisively declined by purist returnees. The resulting friction intensified into active resistance. Guided by Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite, local factions sent grievances to Persian authorities, asserting the reconstruction signified preparation for uprising. Building ceased, leaving only the foundation finished. For close to 2 decades, the temple location stood as an agonizing reminder of aspirations postponed. Benjaminite families established once more in hereditary territories, concentrated on reconstructing their particular settlements. Throughout this postponement, their pragmatic character benefited them well. Instead of obsessing exclusively on temple renewal, they reinforced local administration, revived conventional crafts, and secured their frontiers against unfriendly neighbors. The prophets Haggai and Zechariah surfaced during this discouraging interval, their declarations cutting through resignation and apprehension. Is it appropriate for you to reside in paneled residences while God's dwelling remains in ruins? Haggai challenged sharply. His words awakened fresh resolve, particularly among younger Benjaminites who had grown comfortable with existing circumstances. When Darius I validated Cyrus's initial proclamation, temple building resumed under Zerubbabel's guidance. Benjaminite craftspeople figured prominently in this undertaking, their metalworking capabilities particularly appreciated for fashioning ornamental elements and ceremonial instruments. Though smaller and less elaborate than Solomon's original, this second temple signified profound theological importance, visible evidence that covenant connection persisted despite exile and homecoming. Upon its fulfillment in 516 BCE, close to 70 years following the First Temple's annihilation, festivity extended throughout the province. For Benjaminites, whose lands encircled Jerusalem's northern entry, the temple's renewal signified more than religious revival. It indicated economic restoration as pilgrims once more journeyed through their communities, purchasing provisions and accommodation on festival expeditions. Yet obstacles persisted. The Persian designated governors retained firm authority. Tax obligations felt burdensome on communities still reconstructing essential infrastructure. Most painfully, the Holy of Holies stood vacant. The Ark of the Covenant disappeared during Babylon's invasion, left an emptiness at Israel's spiritual core that no reconstruction could occupy. In this complicated setting, a scribe named Ezra came from Babylon with imperial permission to enact Torah instruction as the community's ruling framework. His transformations touched Benjamin profoundly as intermarriage had grown widespread during Reconstruction years. Families were split apart as Ezra insisted on separation from foreign spouses and offspring, a wound that left enduring damage on community unity. When Nehemiah arrived years subsequently with authority to reconstruct Jerusalem's walls, Benjaminites participated eagerly in the endeavor. Their communities constituted the initial defensive line north of the capital, making protected walls a question of practical protection rather than merely symbolic value. Laboring with implements in one hand and armaments in the other, they accomplished the seemingly unachievable assignment in merely 52 days. This cooperative undertaking healed certain rifts between returnees and those who had stayed during exile. Working shoulder to shoulder, they transferred stones and combined mortar, discovering shared objective after years of mistrust. The wall's fulfillment indicated a pivot from surviving to flourishing, from facing backward to constructing forward. Through these years of homecoming and reconstruction, Benjamin's character transformed once more. Their historical station as a bridge tribe, captured between greater powers, converted into a spiritual bridging function between custom and novelty. Having encountered both homeland and displacement, they assisted in creating a Judaism that could persist anywhere while keeping sacred attachment to one location. This second opportunity, hard-won through generations of displacement, had not recovered what had vanished. Yet in its position emerged something possibly more lasting, a faith characterized by observance rather than geography, by fellowship rather than monarchy, by continuous study rather than inherited station. In this fresh actuality, Benjamin discovered familiar territory, adapting, linking, persisting against the probabilities. Haggai reconstructing Jerusalem brought a fresh character. Morning brightness captured the boundary of Nehemiah's freshly finished walls, projecting extended shadows throughout Jerusalem's waking passages. Within those walls, an extraordinary transformation developed, not merely of stone and timber, but of an entire community discovering their direction forward, following exile's extended darkness. For Benjamin's families, this revival carried particular meaning. Their hereditary territories reached northward from Jerusalem, making the city their southern foundation rather than primary dwelling location. Yet they devoted themselves completely to its renewal, grasping that their tribe's destiny had always been connected to the holy city. Under Nehemiah's administration, urban organization advanced with systematic attention. Passages traced ancient designs, though straightened where feasible. Water arrangements, crucial in this semi-dry territory, obtained particular focus. Cisterns cleansed, conduits mended, and the Gihon Springs flow protected within defended walls. Benjaminite engineers, utilizing abilities cultivated in Babylon's sophisticated hydraulic setting, furnished valuable knowledge to these undertakings. Housing building exposed shifting social designs. Extended family compounds, formerly standard in pre-exile Jerusalem, yielded to smaller residences appropriate for nuclear families. This transition mirrored wider modifications in community arrangement. Tribal character, while remaining significant, progressively divided influence with professional and religious connections. With fundamental infrastructure positioned, focus shifted toward reweaving the social texture. Nehemiah established a resettlement initiative, requesting families from adjacent territories to transfer into Jerusalem itself. The biblical account observes that men of Benjamin appeared prominently among those who offered for this urban relocation, departing comfortable rural environments to assist repopulating the city. These Benjaminite city dwellers brought characteristic abilities with them: craftsmanship in metals, understanding of textile manufacture, experience in commercial networks reaching to Persia. Markets progressively reopened under their impact, linking Jerusalem once more to trade pathways that had avoided the devastated city for decades. Temple veneration resumed its primary position in community existence, though with observable variations from pre-exile observances. Without the Ark of the Covenant, ceremonies concentrated more intensely on Torah recitation and explanation. The Benjaminite tribe, historically linked to multiple sacred locations outside Jerusalem, assisted bridging conventional observances with developing synagogue veneration cultivated during exile years. Ezra's public recitation of the instruction indicated a crucial moment in this religious adjustment. Standing upon a wooden stage before the Watergate, he unrolled ancient scrolls holding Moses' teachings. As he recited in Hebrew, Levites moved through the assembly, rendering into Aramaic, the tongue now more comfortable to most returnees. Many shed tears upon hearing hereditary requirements plainly expressed, abruptly conscious of how distant they had drifted from covenant anticipations. Rather than concluding in hopelessness, this moment of national accounting finished with festivity. "Do not mourn," Nehemiah instructed the assembled community, "for the joy of the Lord is your power." Feast arrangements materialized throughout the city, converting sorrow into communal meals and refreshed dedication. Benjamin's families, historically known for their welcome, opened residences to visitors and outsiders, manifesting this spirit of glad reconnection. The Feast of Tabernacles, observed soon afterward, with unprecedented eagerness, represented their peculiar expedition. Dwelling temporarily in brush shelters, recalled to them wilderness journeys long past, and more recently of their personal return, passage from Babylon. Past and present intertwined through these rituals, assisting forge unified character from fragmented encounters. Progressively, subtle transformations happened in how Benjamin comprehended its position within Israel's account. Before displacement, they had characterized themselves largely through territorial assertions and hereditary descent. Now, while these stayed significant, religious observance and community involvement acquired equal importance in tribal character. A Benjaminite progressively signified someone who not only descended from Jacob's final son, but who existed according to Torah and added to community prosperity. This developing self-comprehension influenced Benjamin's method to administration under Persian control. Their delegates participating on Nehemiah's assembly promoted pragmatic partnership with imperial representatives while preserving internal religious independence. This equilibrated position, neither insurgent nor accommodating, mirrored the tribe's historical background, navigating between rival powers. As Jerusalem's inhabitants expanded, housing deficiencies encouraged development past the walls. Benjaminite settlements like Anathoth, Nob, and Bethany, all within traveling distance of Jerusalem, grew to house this overflow, forming a ring of satellite settlements surrounding the sacred nucleus. These settlements maintained characteristic tribal practices, while sustaining close links to temple veneration. Agricultural restoration advanced alongside urban growth. Terraced hillsides, long deserted, once again sustained vineyards and olive plantations. Benjaminite cultivators reintroduced crop alternation methods absorbed in Mesopotamia, enhancing yields on marginally fertile territory. The tribe's lands, always more rugged than southern Judean lowlands, progressively flourished under innovative stewardship. Religious calendar rituals arranged the year's pattern with periodic journeys to Jerusalem, connecting countryside and city in mutual observance. 3 occasions yearly for Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot, Benjaminite families journeyed southward along ancient trails, joining the broader fellowship in commemoration and festivity. These expeditions reinforced both tribal and national character through mutual narratives and encounters. Educational observances altered during this interval of reconstruction. Before displacement, knowledge transmission happened primarily within family environments, with occasional formal instruction for priests and scholars. Now, shaped by Ezra's transformations, boys assembled periodically for Torah teaching, regardless of tribal connection or family position. This democratization of learning fundamentally modified Benjamin's social arrangement, establishing fresh roots to influence past inherited station. Women's functions developed as well, though less noticeably in historical accounts. Displacement encounters had frequently thrust Benjaminite women into economic guidance, while men participated in Babylonian labor battalions or military divisions. Returning to the homeland, numerous preserved this broadened authority within family enterprises and household administration. Their impact, while seldom recognized in official records, influenced the tribe's economic healing and cultural conservation. Intermarriage stayed a divisive matter throughout this interval. Ezra's rigorous transformations had insisted on separation from foreign partners, producing agonizing family disruptions. Yet, practical actualities of reconstruction demanded cooperation with adjacent peoples, producing inevitable relationship formation. Benjamin's frontier station made this friction particularly intense, as daily exchanges with non-Jewish settlements formed connections that occasionally produced marriage despite official ban. Language itself indicated the distance journeyed from pre-exile character. Hebrew, formerly the shared tongue, now competed with Aramaic in daily application. Numerous younger Benjaminites articulated Aramaic as their main language, employing Hebrew chiefly in religious settings. This linguistic transformation represented wider cultural modifications. They stayed Jews, but Jews transformed by displacement in homecoming. As decades elapsed under Persian authority, Jerusalem and its adjacent territories accomplished a degree of steadiness unrecognized since pre-exile years. Temple ceremonies persisted without interruption. Markets prospered. Youth who had never experienced displacement matured to maturity in hereditary territories. Benjamin's community, having outlasted national disaster through remarkable flexibility, established into this fresh normal with characteristic pragmatism. Yet, underneath this visible steadiness, currents of transformation accumulated strength. To the west, a fresh power emerged, Greece under Alexander, that would shortly eliminate Persian control and present cultural obstacles more refined but potentially more menacing than any military invasion. The Maccabees and the Hasmonean uprising. The initial suggestions of transformation arrived subtly in Benjamin's communities. Greek currency, with unfamiliar profiles, traders articulating an unknown tongue, fresh fashions displayed by wayfarers passing through. Alexander's invasions had redrawn the world's boundaries, delivering Hellenistic impact to Jerusalem's threshold. For Benjamin's community, stationed along principal commercial pathways, this cultural surge contacted them sooner than most. When Alexander perished, his realm fragmented. Benjamin's lands descended first under Ptolemaic Egyptian authority, then transferred to the Seleucid kingdom rooted in Syria. These shifts occurred largely without bloodshed. Tax gatherers transformed, but everyday existence persisted much as previously. Persian tolerance yielded to Greek administration structures. Yet, religious observances stayed safeguarded, at least at first. Progressively, Hellenistic culture infiltrated into Jewish society. Gymnasiums established in larger communities advancing Greek physical and intellectual customs. Young men from distinguished families, including certain Benjaminites, embraced Greek designations alongside their Hebrew ones. This cultural transformation quickened under Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who rose to the Seleucid position in 175 BCE with ambitious Hellenization schemes. Jerusalem's privileged class divided into groups. Traditionalists opposing Greek methods versus modernizers enthusiastic to welcome them. This separation sliced through Benjamin's guidance as well, with urban families typically more receptive to Hellenistic impact than rural equivalents. Modin, a Benjaminite settlement near the coastal plain, transformed into a center of traditionalist sentiment under the guidance of an aged priest called Mattathias. The brewing friction overflowed when Antiochus, confronting military reversals against Egypt, directed his irritation toward Jerusalem. In 167 BCE, his soldiers occupied the city, plundered the temple wealth, and committed an act of ultimate desecration, slaughtering pigs upon the altar and consecrating the sanctuary to Zeus. For devout Jews, this abomination of desolation violated a boundary no foreign monarch had ventured breach previously. Enforcement representatives extended throughout the countryside, forcing sacrifice to Greek deities. When they arrived at Modin, Mattathias not only declined, but slew both the representative and a Jew prepared to comply. With this act of resistance, he and his 5 offspring escaped to the Judean highlands, summoning for opposition against religious oppression. Benjamin's lands, with its rough landscape and concealed valleys, furnished ideal environments for guerrilla combat. Local familiarity with cave arrangements, water supplies, and hidden routes granted Jewish combatants vital advantages against Seleucid soldiers unfamiliar with the terrain. Numerous Benjaminites enlisted in the expanding uprising, carrying their tribe's ancient warrior customs into this fresh struggle. Judah, Mattathias's 3rd offspring, surfaced as the rebellion's military prodigy. Nicknamed Maccabee the Hammer, he cultivated hit-and-run approaches ideally matched to his smaller contingents. Benjaminite lookouts furnished valuable intelligence on Seleucid movements, while settlement networks provided provisions and protection to opposition combatants. Women engaged by concealing weapons beneath market goods and transmitting messages through seemingly harmless village conversation. In 164 BCE, following a sequence of unlikely triumphs, Judah's contingents retook Jerusalem. The temple, polluted by pagan veneration, experienced ceremonial cleansing. When only sufficient consecrated oil for one day could be located for the perpetual flame, it miraculously blazed for 8 days until fresh oil could be readied, an occurrence commemorated ever since as Hanukkah. The conflict persisted long following this symbolic triumph. Seleucid soldiers still dominated strategic strongholds throughout the territory. Hellenized Jews, resisting traditional religious observance, formed internal separations. The Maccabean guidance, originally concentrated purely on religious liberty, progressively cultivated political desires that complicated their movement's purpose. For Benjamin's settlements, the struggle delivered both ruin and possibility. Settlements near combat locations endured repeated attacks with harvests incinerated and livestock seized by whichever army traversed through. Yet the power absence formed by ongoing combat permitted local guides to claim greater independence than they had possessed under ordered imperial authority. When Jonathan Maccabee, succeeding his brother Judah, obtained both military authority and high priesthood, he founded the Hasmonean dynasty, a Jewish governing house not from David's bloodline. This merger of religious and political authority signified a radical departure from conventional guidance arrangements, producing friction with those who maintained these functions should stay separate. Simon, the final surviving offspring of Mattathias, ultimately accomplished formal independence from Seleucid authority in 142 BCE. Currency minted under his control declared for the freedom of Zion, concrete representations of Jewish independence following centuries of foreign authority. Benjaminite metal craftspeople, inheritors of ancient tribal crafting customs, assisted establishing these minting activities. Hasmonean authority broadened Jewish lands past conventional limits, absorbing territories long dominated by alternative peoples. This territorial growth formed fresh obstacles for Benjamin, whose character had been molded by their station as a frontier tribe. Now, with frontiers extended outward, they discovered themselves in the kingdom's center rather than its boundary, a disorienting transformation following centuries of frontier being. John Hyrcanus, Simon's offspring and inheritor, followed aggressive approaches of compelled conversion and territorial invasion. Under his guidance, the Idumeans to the south and Itureans to the north were invaded and compelled to embrace Jewish observances. For numerous Benjaminites whose religious character had been created through opposition to compulsion, these approaches generated uncomfortable inquiries about authority and belief. Internal religious separations intensified during this interval. The Pharisees highlighted Torah explanation and modification to shifting situations. The Sadducees maintained temple-focused veneration and literal scripture interpretation. The Essenes retreated from what they perceived as a tainted society to follow purity in separated settlements. Benjamin's families could be discovered in all these movements, mirroring the tribe's varied methods to maintaining character through shifting periods. Alexander Jannaeus, governing from 103 to 76 BCE, broadened Hasmonean lands to its maximum reach while savagely suppressing internal resistance. Throughout his governance, a civil conflict erupted between his advocates and the Pharisees. The struggle turned so savage that Jannaeus reportedly executed 800 Pharisee adversaries by crucifixion and massacred their families while he feasted within sight of their agony. This traumatic occurrence intensified religious and political rifts that would never completely mend. Following Jannaeus's passing, his widow Salome Alexandra governed more peacefully, reconciling with the Pharisees and stabilizing the monarchy. Her passing in 67 BCE initiated a succession emergency between her offspring Hyrcanus II and Aristobulus II that ultimately welcomed Roman involvement. When both brothers petitioned Pompey the Great for backing, they unknowingly created an opening to the subsequent imperial authority that would reshape Jewish existence. Pompey's legions besieged Jerusalem in 63 BCE, ultimately penetrating the walls and accessing the temple grounds. Roman combatants infiltrated even the Holy of Holies, a space formerly accessed only by the high priest once yearly. Though Pompey reportedly contacted nothing within, this transgression indicated the commencement of Roman superiority over Jewish matters. Through these turbulent decades, Benjamin's character persisted developing. Their ancient tribal links stayed significant, but progressively divided influence with religious connection, professional networks, and political alignment. A Benjaminite cultivator might experience stronger kinship with a Judahite Pharisee, sharing his religious perspectives, than with a Benjaminite neighbor who backed the Sadducees. Greek tongue and culture, originally opposed, progressively transformed into part of everyday existence, not displacing Jewish observance, but coexisting alongside it. Numerous Benjaminites cultivated a functional bilingualism and cultural code-shifting, navigating both realms with growing ease. This flexibility, long a tribal trait, benefited them well in progressively intricate social settings. As Roman impact solidified in the territory, Benjamin's settlements confronted yet another imperial shift. The designation of Herod, an Idumean with questionable Jewish credentials as client monarch, indicated the conclusion of even nominal Jewish sovereignty. His extensive reconstruction of the temple, while architecturally striking, represented the uncomfortable arrangement between Jewish religious existence and Roman political actuality. This intricate realm of rival authorities, internal rifts, and cultural pressures constituted the environment into which Jesus of Nazareth would ultimately be brought into the world, and in which a Benjaminite Pharisee called Saul, subsequently named Paul, would assist reshaping a Jewish sect into a worldwide religion. Just the inheritance of Benjamin, a tribe recalled. Daybreak illuminates Jerusalem's western highlands, projecting golden brightness throughout ancient stones. Contemporary structures ascend where Benjaminite settlements formerly existed. Yet something persists past physical buildings, the inheritance of a tribe that history almost eliminated. Their account, winding like a thread through Scripture's fabric, presents timeless understanding about persistence, character, and belief amid existence's most severe tempests. Benjamin commenced as a child of anguish, his mother Rachel expiring in childbirth, designating him "son of my suffering" with her ultimate breath. His father Jacob renamed him "son of my right hand," anticipating the tribe's dual character throughout history. This friction between anguish and power, between catastrophe and resilience, characterized Benjamin's expedition across centuries. Consider their extraordinary persistence. Twice they confronted near elimination, initially in the ruinous civil conflict that produced only 600 men surviving at Rimmons Rock, subsequently during Babylonian invasion when their lands absorbed the force of attack. Yet each occasion they reconstructed from wreckage. Their flexibility demonstrated as precious as any fortress wall, bending without shattering, altering without losing their fundamental nature. This persistence instinct manifested itself through pragmatic selections rather than inflexible ideology. When the monarchy separated, they assessed their concerns and aligned with Judah, despite geographic connections to northern tribes. Throughout displacement, they absorbed Babylonian methods while preserving private belief observances. Under Hellenistic impact, they embraced beneficial Greek notions while opposing religious accommodation. This practical flexibility, occasionally condemned as opportunism, actually mirrored profound understanding about equilibrating transformation and continuity. Benjamin's geographic station influenced their outlook in vital directions. Their lands constituted a natural frontier region between greater authorities, initially between tribal assemblies, subsequently between monarchies, ultimately between empires. Existing at these boundaries instructed them to navigate rival worldviews, to render between contrasting cultures, to discover routes forward when others perceived only barriers. This borderland, being added to the tribe's characteristic abilities as negotiators and bridge constructors. When Paul of Tarsus, proudly declaring himself as of the tribe of Benjamin, transported Jewish notions into Gentile settings, he constructed on this tribal heritage of cultural rendering. His unique capacity to transmit across seemingly unbridgeable separations reflected Benjamin's centuries-long encounter linking divergent realms. The tribe's military capability became storied. From Ehud's left-handed elimination of Eglon to the renowned slingers who could aim at a hair's breadth without failing, this warrior custom likely added to their choice as Israel's initial monarchs. King Saul manifested their combat spirit and strategic intellect. Their standing as protectors persisted through centuries, where Jerusalem's northern entry was their responsibility. Benjaminite communities constituted the capital's initial defensive boundary for centuries. Yet their greatest power may have been resilience following collapse. When Saul collapsed at Mount Gilboa, they shifted loyalty to David, despite comprehensible reservations. When Jerusalem incinerated under Babylonian attack, they maintained fundamental customs that permitted ultimate homecoming and reconstruction. When temple veneration transformed into impossible during displacement, they cultivated alternative observances that developed into synagogue assemblies. Innovations that would maintain Jewish character through 2,000 subsequent years of dispersion. Biblical composers frequently employed Benjamin as a literary instrument, signifying broader themes. Saul's tragic governance demonstrated the perils of disobedience despite worthy intentions. The Gibeah atrocity revealed how tribal loyalty, when misdirected, could taint moral judgment. The tribe's near elimination cautioned about cycles of retribution and retaliation. Their persistence against crushing probabilities witnessed to divine providence operating through history's darkest moments. In Jewish custom, Benjamin maintains particular position as the only offspring brought into the world in the Promised Territory, rather than Mesopotamia. Rabbinic interpretations observe that the Jerusalem temple's inner sanctuary existed within Benjamin's lands, making this youngest tribe host to God's most tangible manifestation. The Talmud proposes that Benjamin accessed the Red Sea first during the Exodus, displaying belief while others hesitated. These customs emphasize Benjamin's unique station in Israel's spiritual account. Christian understanding contributed further dimensions to Benjamin's inheritance. Augustine perceived Paul's Benjaminite heritage as symbolically meaningful. Ravening as a wolf in his early harassment of Christians, then distributing spiritual gains through his subsequent missionary labor. Medieval interpreters observed that Benjamin, brought into the world last among the patriarchs, prefigured the church as late arrivals to covenant connection. Revelation's vision of 12,000 sealed from each tribe, encompassing Benjamin, proposed their persisting function in eschatological occurrences. Contemporary archaeological findings have clarified Benjamin's historical actuality past textual mentions. Excavations at locations like Gibeon, Bethel, and Mizpah expose sophisticated water arrangements, protective buildings, and commercial links spanning centuries. Material culture displays both continuity with wider Israelite designs and characteristic regional distinctions. These physical vestiges validate Benjamin's historical meaning while contributing texture to their biblical representation. For present-day readers, Benjamin's account resonates with surprising pertinence. Their encounter as a minority fellowship preserving character while modifying to shifting situations mirrors obstacles confronting numerous traditional assemblies in globalized environments. Their equilibrium between conservation and novelty presents understanding for navigating cultural transformation without losing fundamental principles. Their healing from catastrophic losses addresses human resilience in our personal era of displacement and wound. Benjamin's expedition also clarifies wider designs in Israel's spiritual cultivation. Their shift from tribal confederation to monarchy, from monarchy to displacement, from displacement to religious fellowship transcending political limits. Each phase demanded fundamental character reconsideration. How they preserved continuity through discontinuity, maintaining core principles while modifying expressions to fresh actualities, presents profound understanding into religious development more broadly. Perhaps, most meaningfully, Benjamin's account challenges oversimplified perspectives of divine operation in history. Their narrative encompasses troubling episodes like the Gibeah atrocity and its consequences, moments when human selections produced ruinous outcomes. Yet it also encompasses surprising reversals, redemptive results surfacing from visible disasters. This intricacy welcomes theological contemplation past easy responses, how divine intentions might operate through, despite, or even against human operations. The tribe that commenced with a dying mother's outcry concludes as a witness to life's persistence against crushing probabilities. From Jacob's youngest offspring to a community scattered yet linked across centuries, Benjamin's inheritance persists not through dominance or authority, but through flexibility, resilience, and faithful manifestation along history's boundaries. As Jerusalem's morning brightness intensifies, contacting ancient stones and contemporary buildings alike, Benjamin's account reminds us that what seems nearly eliminated can nonetheless produce indelible impressions on human awareness. Their expedition through Scripture's pages welcomes us to examine our personal response when positioned at the intersection of custom and alteration, of preserving character while welcoming necessary transformation. In the conclusion, Benjamin instructs us that persistence itself represents a kind of triumph, not merely physical continuation, but the conservation of principles, narratives, and observances that grant existence significance past mere being. Their account murmurs across centuries that even the smallest tribe, confronting history's harshest obstacles, can produce an inheritance that outlasts empires. And possibly in that perseverance resides their greatest contribution to all who encounter their extraordinary account.